Please rise, Baruch et Adonai Hamorah. Baruch Halayim Barach Le'olam Moed.
Would you like a microphone?
Nel Chai V'Kayam Tamid Yimloch Aleinu Le'olam Moed. Baruch Atah Hamari Baravim. Oh, that could be. Abad Olam Beit Yisrael Amchavta. Yabadcha al tasir b'menu le'olamim Baruch atah Adonai Noe b'amo Yisrael. Shema, page 41. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Ni'avta et Adonai Elohecha b'chol לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבבך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך ביתך ובדתך בדרך ובשוקבך ובחמך וקשרתם להיות על ידיך והיו תותבות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך והיה. ימי השמיים על הארץ, ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור, דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת אליהם בשלום בסיסית. אדוני אלוהיכם אמת ואמונה בכל זכויותיהם עלינו, כי הוא אדוני אלוהינו ואנחנו ישראל עמו. Bottom of 44. V'nemar kifad Adonai et Yaakov ugolo miad chazak mimenu Baruch atah Adonai Gawal Yisrael. Page 45. Ashkiveinu Adonai Eloheinu l'shalom v'amidin malkeinu l'chaim. ושמור צאתנו ולחיים ולשלום מעתה ועד עולם ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך ברוך אתה אדוני הפורש סוכת שלום עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ועל ירושלים. Page 46 there we are. וידבר משה את מועדי אדוני אל בני ישראל נתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה ועלמא דברך יראותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי כל בית ישראל בגלה ובזמן קריב וימרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה מכולי לה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה ותושבחתה בנחמתה דמירן ביומה ויאמרו אמן ויאמרו 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 אמן.
We're going to turn now for a few moments to the silent Amidah in the Sidur Lev Shalem. It begins on page 306. We'll invite folks to rise in whatever way you're comfortable. In this room, we are facing east that way. So please take a few moments for silent prayer.
Suri goali, suri goali, mawed beya cheshpedu,
Yale yafefia.
suri goali, mawed beya cheshpedu, yale yefefia,
We'll turn to page 56 for Aleinu.
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל עתיד גדולה ליוצא בראשית שלא עשנו כגויי ארצות ולא שמנו כמשפחות אדמה שלא
שמנו כהם וגור עלינו ככל המונם ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים
ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא שהוא הארץ. כן נקבע לכם ככתוב בתורתך אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ויאמרו יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו
We're going to turn to page 58 for Kaddish Yatom, Mourner's Kaddish. If you are grieving the death of a loved one or observing the yard site, the anniversary of the death of a loved one, we invite you to please rise, page 58.
ויתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה ואלמה דיברך יראותי והמליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה תאמירן באומה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה משמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום ממרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
Amen. Amen. Chag Sameach and welcome. For folks who are near the door, can you signal to everyone to please make their way in? We're going to start now. Shkoch to Hillel, and thank you. All right. So good evening, everyone. It's Shavuot. Can you believe it's Shavuot already? I looked at the date today and I passed out that we're almost done with May. It's quite astonishing. By the way, does anyone know the origin of why we call it a Tikkun Leil Shavuot, aside from Rabbi Artson here, who would like to, or Rabbi Silver? No rabbis answering this question, but we are here for what is known as a Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Does anyone know why we call it that? Okay. So we are told by the rabbis in the Midrash that in the rabbinic commentary on our tradition, that the night before the revelation came, the Israelite people fell asleep. They fell asleep, and they slept in such a deep slumber that God had to wake them up and say, hey, it's a really big day today. You should probably go brush your teeth and get ready for the revelation and meet me at the base of the mountain. So as a tikkun for that terrible insult that our ancestors leveled against God by not being so excited that we were up all night preparing and thinking and anticipating what the revelation would look like. So now, traditionally, for the next 3,500 years, Jews have stayed up late into the night, some people all night long, to make a tikkun, to make a kind of healing for that mistake of being asleep when we should have been awake. Any sense of why that might be a resonant message for us in our time? We're trying to make a tikkun, a kind of apology and repair for being asleep when we should have been awake. So all night tonight, we are going to engage this community of beloved people, both those who are here in person and our friends who are with us from afar, and we welcome you. And we are collectively going to remind ourselves of what it means to be awake when the world demands that we should be awake, even when our bodies are tired and we want to go to sleep, or when the world, what's happening outside, is scary or seems dangerous or seems unmanageable. We don't know how to approach it. We want to close our eyes and just go to sleep, but we cannot. That is the entire embedded message. We are going to stay up tonight, some of us till 10, some of us till 1:30, some of us till 5 a.m., so that we can correct the mistake that was made long ago. And each time we do this, we're also reinforcing for ourselves that a tikkun is possible, that repair is possible in this world, because I think we often make mistakes and then we feel like we're done. We can't turn around. We can't go back. We can't try it again. And this tradition says, no, you can. You can make a tikkun for what was the mistake from long ago. So I'm thrilled that we get to do this together tonight. It is a great night. One of the teachings of our tradition says that the way that we engage Torah, though, has to be based on the desire, each of us, of our own hearts. And this is such a great teaching. There were 600,000 men at the base of Sinai when the revelation came. This means there were about 2 million people that were standing at the base of Sinai. Our tradition says that each one of us heard it differently when the voice came down. And therefore that each of our voices matter profoundly, because as we try to put together the puzzle pieces of what God is asking of us in our time, in this world, we actually need to hear all the different interpretations that come from all the different kinds of people and different individuals that make up our collective whole. So that also means that not everybody learns Torah in the same way. Some people want to sit with the text and pore over every word and try to pull meaning from the text. Other people will find meaning in movement, others in song, others in art. And so tonight we're going to explore lots of different ways that we can find our connection to this experience of revelation. In this room, we're using 3 locations tonight. In this room, we're going to be live streaming. So our folks who are from home are going to be able to join us in this room. The other two sessions are totally offline. One of them is in the outdoor classroom, which I think when it gets a little bit colder, we're going to be moving into room 309. And then there's another room, which is across the green and just to your left, which will be our third space. Then we have tons of food and drink throughout the night. We also have a table that some of you might have seen. We asked people to bring some of your abundant produce on this Shavuot, and so thank you. I saw some beautiful colored greens and mint and other things that are there, and this is a new practice for us this year, but we thought it would be really sweet and special. So we're gonna do our best to take care of your bodies, your spirits, your minds, and your souls tonight. Let us take care of one another as we get ready to engage in the process of making tikkun and preparing ourselves for the revelation. I want to just say a couple of words of gratitude before I introduce our panel tonight. The first is to Rabbi Roni Tzadok and Rabbi Morris Panitz, who worked so thoughtfully to craft this experience for us tonight, who, along with several of our staff members, who I'm so grateful for, Elise, who I don't see in the room right now, and Morgan, Jess, who's adminning us on virtual, and thank you to Jess, Michael and Nick and Ben, and Vera, who's in person at IKAR for the first time, and Vera is responsible for so much of the goodness that Ben and his team and our community have been putting out into the world, but lives afar, and so we're so happy that you're here, Vera, and we're going to get to hear from her in a few moments as well. We thank you, our whole team, Rabbi Deborah Silver, we thank you, and of course Melissa Balaban, now and always. Thank you to Hillel, who's going to be throughout the course of the next couple of sessions, leading us with a little bit of music. We're very excited for what the evening will bring. So I would like to introduce my dear friend, Lauren Buckman, to come forward. He is going to be leading our first session this evening. Lauren Buckman just completed his term as president of the Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, California. He is an international leader in art and design education. He has many years of experience as a theater director, as a dramatic literature professor. He has authored 2 books. We just did a book talk for one of them, which was extraordinary, and you can hear it online if you didn't already. He also has a podcast in which he conducts interviews with leading artists, designers, and cultural innovators. He is absolutely brilliant. He has a heart of gold, has dedicated himself morning, noon, and night to this community and to helping us grow into the community that we are becoming. And I feel so proud to call this beautiful soul my friend. And so Lauren is going to be moderating our panel this evening for our very first conversation. So thank you, Lauren, for being here. Our first session is called Creative Revelation. And so as the artist that he is and the educator of artists, we thought there would be no one better than you to lead us off tonight. I'm going to introduce the other folks who are going to be seated on our panel. So we'll applaud everybody at the end. I am very happy that we get to have with us tonight another very dear friend, Amy Bender. Amy is the author of many books of fiction, short stories, and novels that it says here that try to address the world through a skewed, magical, fairy tale influenced, surrealistic lens. And I love that you wrote in your bio that try to address the world that way, as if we're not sure if she's succeeded. But if you did the New York Times crossword a couple Sundays ago, you'll see that she has in fact achieved this incredible goal. Amy Bender was one of the clues for the New York Times crossword puzzle on Sunday, no less. So she's absolutely brilliant, and I am so deeply grateful to Amy, and I just want to say about both Amy and Lauren, both of them so busy with their own creative endeavors. Over the course of the last year, as I've been on my own writing project, I multiple times called both of them and asked for their help, and literally, like without a moment's notice, both of you responded with such grace and kindness, and I feel so very blessed by you both. I mentioned Vera before, so Vera, come on up. Vera is a writer and podcast podcast producer, making work about food, feelings, and spirituality. Vera's podcast work includes the Believer Magazine's flagship podcast, Black Mountain Radio, Season 2 of the Anti-Trans Hate Machine, and the Spotify original Your Magic. She is proudly trans, Las Vegan, and Filipino. She is also the podcast and video coordinator here at IKAR, and it's such a joy to have you with us, Vera. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to Ann Borer. After, where are you, Ann? Oh, come on up. I'm sorry, I'm standing right in the spot. Ann and Ross and Shira are beloved longtime members of IKAR. And so you've seen her on Shabbat morning. I don't know if you know about Ann's artistic work. Ann has reignited her creative self via process painting workshops, and she discovered a spiritual and Jewish process art home in the Jewish Studio Project. Are people familiar with the Jewish Studio Project? Not yet. Okay, you will be soon. She and her husband Ross, who's a visual artist as well, have been leading the virtual IKAR Creating Circle every month, which folks are invited to join, to activate the inherent creativity in all of us. And thank you for your incredible work for our community. And finally, Mel Weisberger. Mel, hello. Nice to see you. Okay. Mel is an incredible IKAR member and wonderful volunteer in our community, who also is a TV and film producer for the Lionsgate-based Pod, the Tannenbaum Company. In this role, Mel oversees all development as well as their current slate and sources new content for the company. To put it simply, she gets to dream up movies and TV shows for money. Some of her most recent credits include ABC's Home Economics, Acapulco for Apple, and Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist for NBC. She is passionate about elevating female voices in media, and her dog Annie in media, I guess, elevating Annie's voice in media. I'm going to turn it over to Lauren in a moment, but I just want to say one more word of context as we begin this evening. We are, as certainly everyone in this room knows, in the midst of a writer's strike now. In our community are many wonderful writers, many of whom are striking. It's a precarious and a scary time. There are projections that this could go on for quite a long time. I want to start our evening as we're celebrating the creative process of revelation and preparing ourselves for whatever creative inspiration might come with a word of solidarity for our beloved friends and family members and community members who are on strike. I hope that you stay strong. We will be here to do our best to nurture your spirits as you go through this struggle. And may you find somehow, even in the midst of this struggle, great inspiration, I know that many beautiful pieces of art will come out at the end of all of this, and let us hope that it ends quickly. And with that, I am turning it over to Lauren Buckman. Thank you.
Thanks so much. When Rabbi Tzadok called me and asked me if I wanted to do a panel on creativity and revelation, she didn't have to go much further. She had me already. It's part of a lot of writing that I've done and a lot of thinking that I've done, conversations with artists and designers, and a book that you may have heard us, that Rabbi Bruss was talking about, called Make to Know, which is all about the revelatory nature of the making process itself, that far from the idea that artists and designers work with a sense of vision that they then manifest, cliche of the Michelangelo seeing the angel of the stone and chipping away until he sets it free. Our work is something that is a making that allows us to discover as we move forward, a discovery that is not only about what it is that we're producing, but fundamentally about ourselves in the same way. The quote that I love, that some of you know and have heard me say a million times, comes from Joan Didion: "I'd have no reason to write if I could access my thoughts in any other way." So fundamentally, there is this kind of revelatory nature of the making process. And I'll just say two very quick things before we get into our panel. One is that we are always, and of necessity in our creative lives, going into places of uncertainty. We can't know it all beforehand, And creativity is about entering that place of the unknown being a really unsettling, sometimes terrifying place, but also one that is fundamentally creative. And if we can brave our entry into that uncertainty, we can find discoveries that otherwise would never be available to us, a revelation that would otherwise never be available to us, and then you can project into our spiritual lives and what that means too as we enter places of the unknown and discover as we make, as we pray, as we learn, as we gather in community, all defined as a kind of making that leads to a kind of spiritual connection as well. And the second principle I just want to articulate is that I've learned from speaking to artists and designers is that we can't just will discovery. We just can't will revelation. What we can do is create the conditions for it to come through. And with those sort of fundamentals, what we decided that this panel would try to address this central question of how do these artists that were on our panel here, how do they experience the dynamic of the creative and the revelatory in their work, and how do they parse the difference, if at all? And can the dynamic itself shed light on how we might prepare for revelation? So what I'd like to do is to ask each panelist to speak for maybe 5 minutes initially, and then we'll go into more of a conversation on how each one of you thinks about the relationship of the creative and the revelatory in your own work. And can you describe your process to uncover the unknown, and maybe to tell a story or to give us a particular anecdote of a project that you've been working on that illustrates the idea? Amy,
oh, man.
Since you're closest to
I
me.
was hoping.
Yeah, you should have sat over there.
I know, exactly. Well, thank you, Lauren. I mean, I find like this whole idea about discovery and creativity constantly interesting. And I mean, I guess I don't have like a 5-minute, I'll just meander around for a little bit. But that couple things. One is that I've found it to be really helpful when I limit something to have some kind of externalized limit. For me, it's time. So that the creative work can be totally free, that if I'm sitting down to write, I'm never actually thinking I'm gonna work on because it always feels pressured. So instead it'll be like, I'm gonna sit down for an hour and I have to be here for an hour and I can work on anything within that hour. And there's something about that dynamic that has been really helpful for me in terms of just creating those conditions in that space for possible discovery, which is like, the discovery is the thing that makes it thrilling and happens, I would say, you know, not a lot of the time, but it's enough of the time to keep me coming back to the seat because it's such a thrill to encounter something that you didn't know was gonna bubble up. And one kind of very specific, I was trying to think of a story or an anecdote or something in that creative process, but when I was working on my first novel, I'd never written a novel before. I was unsure if I would be able to write a novel. Had a plan. The plan went out the window. Like none of that was working. So I was just writing scenes. A year passed, writing more scenes. And then the protagonist was sort of friendly with two people in the town. I mean, I had all these plans like, she will go to the ocean, she will do all these things like never happened. Like all the planning went out, you know, like I said, it all got thrown away. But she had a friend who ran the hardware store and a neighbor. There were these two kind of older men who were kind of like mentoring the narrator in this way. So I'm writing the book, I have all these scenes in the hardware store, I have all these scenes with the neighbor, and I'm just like, the book has no shape. You know, all these people that say the thing will like become shapely in some way, it's all not true. Anyway, it was panic, you know, sitting there for the hour, panic, whatever. And then there was one day when I was like, they're the same guy. The hardware store guy and the neighbor, like they were in every way behaving the same. They were around the same age. They were like, had the same dialogue. But the fact that I didn't know, and then once they became the same person, like something did become a shape. Like there was a shape, a new shape to the book that I had not known. And it was so thrilling because it was so simple and it was sort of embedded in the work, but I just hadn't seen it until that moment. So I often think, too, that we're putting clues upon clues into the work, and then we're looking and looking again and sort of densely looking and looking again, and then one day we're sort of able to see it, and that those are the moments when sometimes discovery can happen.
Beautiful.
So
Vera.
I pass to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like this question is something that, especially if you're a creative person, is sort of something that you're trying to figure out all the time. Of like, how do I discover what I'm supposed to make, right?
Yeah.
I think I feel like the opposite of a revelation is like a mystery or maybe a problem. Like I think you're kind of stuck at a roadblock and you're looking for a way through or a way around. I think for me, creativity often is just like problem solving, and like when you have a square hole and a round peg, and either sometimes you kind of just keep trying to get that through, or you find out a way to. You just are like, maybe I don't even need to put this peg in this hole. Like, why am I even doing this? I often find that, so sort of like how I prepare myself for revelation is that I think I kind of, the creativity and the spiritual and the like that, they're all one and the same, where I'm sort of like, it's like what you said, like you set a time to write and you don't really have a goal. Like you're just like, I just need to write something. Mm-hmm. It's often sort of like just carrying a question around for like a couple weeks. And when you're like taking a walk or you're washing the dishes, like sometimes that's when it hits you. Mm-hmm. And it's sort of like being like awake, right? Like you're just thinking about it all the time. And maybe not like in the forefront of your mind, but you're just like chewing on it and you're carrying it with you, letting it fade, letting it come forward. And sometimes you discover answers when you're just like meandering around the world.
Right.
And that's the most surprising. Or when you're having a conversation, and sort of the shapeliness also, where oftentimes I have this feeling that I cannot discern why I'm having this feeling. I'm like, I feel so angry all the time. And once you start writing, you can kind of find, you can make a mark and you can see what's left behind, and then you see the problem almost. Like if you're kind of just internalizing all the time, there's like this shapelessness and like a cyclical like feedback loop. And sort of when you write or when you create, it's almost like talk therapy. Once we say it out loud, like the answer becomes clear. So I guess, yeah, I'm just plagued by problems.
Can I
really.
just make a quick comment on that? What I've learned from exactly what you just said, to underscore it, is that those moments away from the studio or taking a walk or whatever it may be are actually an important part of the making. It's not aside from the making process.
Right, yeah.
It's not aside from creativity. It is an integral part of the creative process.
Yeah.
And for all of the artists and designers that I talked to for this book, the single most frequent statement was, I thought of the idea in the shower.
Yeah.
You know, that was that exactly that point that you were making. Yeah.
There's sort of like a mindful nothingness where you're just sort of like, I'm doing nothing on purpose. And then that's when you can be hit with something. Yeah. I'll pass it on to you now so I can stop talking.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Lauren, and thank you, everyone. It's so nice to be here tonight with everyone. And so my relationship with creativity and revelation is related to process. And I think you really touch on this in your book, Lauren, that making to know. It's like when we are stepping into the doing of something, and I know especially as Jews, and I know for myself, I live in my mind quite a bit. And what I found through process painting and through a methodology called the Jewish studio process is that I can leave my mind aside, and in the creative moment of creating, I'm able to tap into my own inner knowing, my own inner wisdom, my own revelations that are all there to be discovered. And so during the pandemic, I found this amazing process that's actually wrapped in a Jewish rapper, and I'm now a facilitator of this. And the way I look at creativity is about how I live my life rather than I'm not a novelist or a podcast producer. I mean, I do work in a marketing department and make communications, and I'm working with creatives all the time, so I am creative, but whether it's cooking or gardening or dancing or drawing or painting or walking your dog, anything in life can be creative. And so the story that I want to share was just in my recent Omer journey. I've been doing, this is like my third or fourth year of counting the Omer, and I'm learning a lot about it. And I did a creativity workshop, and each week we focused on one of the Sphere wrote, and I also participated in a prayer dance workshop. That's another way of being creative and tapping into our knowingness through movement. And so I was at Alexandra Goldman's prayer dance workshop, and we were doing a dance on Yesod, foundation. And so in this way of not being in my head, but being in my body, and through the guidance and the music, I kind of got in touch with like, well, what is my foundation? So my revelation was, it's my lineage. And I had this overwhelming experience of gratitude for my parents, and gratitude for my life, and gratitude for being raised in a Reconstructionist Jewish home. And I just had just like a prayer come out of me that said, you know, God, thank you for making me a Jew. And that was like my creative revelation moment. And I know in the morning Siddur, there's a prayer about thank you, God, for not making me a Gentile. And I never resonated with that. But all of a sudden, getting out of my head and into the making and the doing and the moving and the feeling and the listening to the small little voice inside, I had an experience. I had a revelation. And so we'll hear more about it later, but the bottom line is, because we are created in the image of God, God is creative. Each and every one of us in this room and in Zoom land and beyond, regardless of talent, regardless of privilege, education, any of it, each one of us is creative. And that's sort of revelatory in and of itself. And in my mind, we're here to live a creative life. So I'm just happy to be with you tonight and to share.
Thank you so much. That's beautiful. And we can get into this more, but just to make sure that we stop and hear what you say, that the body knows, and part of our creativity, or part of what we can do, is also to listen to what the body knows as we go through a process of discovery as well. Thank you. Mal.
Yeah, what a person to follow. Wow. So yeah, I mean, as a producer, I think my process is actually backwards from the way that we've been talking about it. Like, I feel like I have my revelation first, which is when I'm reading a script, or when I'm reading an article, or I'm playing a board game or something, there's something in me that just goes, oh my gosh, this could be a TV show, or oh my gosh, this could be a movie. And that's like the best part of my job, because it fulfills everything I felt as a kid, where I was like, I just want to make my own stuff. But now I don't actually have to write it, so that's good for me. But then I can go to these incredible creative artists who I surround myself with, and bring this to them and say, look, this is the spark that I felt. Do you feel the same spark? And when we kind of vibe on the same level, that's when we know like we're onto something really great. And that's when our creative process starts. So it's almost like starting with this intuition of this could be something, and then talking about it until it turns into this big thing. And I think that's the funny thing about working in entertainment, especially, is you start with this idea, like reading an article and thinking, this could be something, and then like 6 months later, you're on set with 300 people who are all working on this one idea, and you're like, this all started because of that? Like, it's crazy how it escalates in that way. And then you're reading about it on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's, it can be crushing. But They're like, whose idea was this? You're like, not mine. But that's kind of my creative process, and I think no one artist works alone, and that's why I love my job. I love elevating other people's voices and being their biggest cheerleader and asking them questions they wouldn't think themselves. Like, I think that's the value that I bring. And yeah, what an amazing way to get to experience art, to be part of it.
Beautiful. I wonder if it really is that different, though, from what we've been talking about. Because it seems to me you get that spark that you defined, and then you get together with that community in a place of uncertainty, and you begin to make what it is, and it comes together and it evolves. And that spark is a kind of entry point into something, right? Just like a question would be, or a idea, or some people talk about having stomach aches or whatever it is, to get them into that. It was always a stomach ache, I guess, yeah. To get them into that.
Well, that's why we have the lactate.
So bringing in the spirit of Shavuot here a little bit, I would like to ask you, and we don't necessarily have to go in exact order again, never too mechanical here, of picking up on some of the things that Anne was talking about, of how your own engagement with the world on a spiritual level, your own sense of mystery is tied to, I mean, all of you were talking about it in a certain way, but I'd like to go deeper into that question of that connection and open it up to whoever would like to begin. You can begin if you want.
All right, Fierce.
Well, wait, can you repeat the question?
I'm interested in how your creative life is links to your spiritual life, how
Right.
your creative life, how this conversation that we've been having too about the discoveries that happen along the way, however they might, can link to connections with something greater than something mysterious. What our own, who we are. A couple of you said we are all fundamentally creative, and how that can be a stepping stone. How can that can be or launch us into a sense of engagement with something more, something often ineffable.
Yeah. Well, for me personally, I think what I like my spiritual practice and my creative practice are like almost one and the same, and I think I approach both in the same with the same so I think with my creative practice it's like a devotion. It's like a thing that you have to do every day. You have to sit down and like commit to something and go through the mechanics of something that like you're kind of supposed, like as a writer, you have to sit down at one point during the day and just at least like slam your hands on a keyboard, or you have to read something. And sometimes that doesn't really resonate with you, where you're like, am I even a writer? Like, I have no ideas. What I'm writing does not sound good. And then some days during that practice, like you're hit with that revelation, or you're like burning with that passion or that spark, and you're really like on fire, and you can feel like there's something kind of moving you rather than like you're really aware of what you're doing. And with my spiritual practice too, I think it's the same thing, where it's sort of like if I light a candle, I'm thinking that it's sending a message to something else. And sometimes I feel like I'm just lighting a candle. But sometimes you feel connected to a larger practice of other people who are lighting candles around the world, and you just feel like there's something larger. And I think it taps into something, beyond the mysterious, and sometimes it just isn't there, and sometimes it is. So, yeah.
I think the imposter syndrome piece is part of everyone's creative process too. We will.
And I think part of it too, the connection between creativity and spirituality is practice. So it's just like having a prayer practice or a weekly structure. We have Shabbat, or we have a prayer book, and the same with our creative acts, that if we have, as Amy said, some boundaries, some structure, and then we add the dedication to continue. That's like one of our studio principles, keep going. And I think there's something in the repetition, and it reminds me of something. I did study art in college, and one of my teachers said, you go to the studio and you do your work so that when inspiration hits you, you're in the studio doing your work. Like, you don't wait for the inspiration. It's more about the discipline and the practice. And, you know, I'm just coming up on the end of a year of mourning my mother's loss, and I've been going a lot to the morning minyan, and I never had a daily prayer practice in a Jewish context. And, you know, sometimes in the morning minyan, we're like chatting with each other, and, you know, someone said it's like passing notes, and you know, but there's something in the repetition. So I think my greatest advice about becoming a more creative person is to set up your own practice, and to know that the more you practice, the deeper you'll go with your connection and your spirituality. And, you know, I guess it's the same if we were all violin players, practice, you know, we have Malcolm Gladwell, we have to do
10,000 hours. Yeah.
10,000 hours, yeah. I'm just suggesting that to look at the spiritual side as something that the more you do, the more connection comes, and that's been my experience.
Exactly, and it goes to what we were talking about earlier, that practice is one of the ways in which you can set the conditions for revelation. You can set the conditions for discovery, as opposed to sitting down and saying, okay, I'm willing it now. You enter into a kind of a practice, whatever it might be, exactly in the way you did as part of the connection of that. Yeah. Do you want to say?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and that it feels sometimes like the act of writing is a sort of, it's like a lab of the unknown, in that it's like I'm dwelling and mucking around in the unknown, which then becomes a way to think about how to kind of sit with it a little bit more in daily life. But I was thinking too, Anne, about what you were saying with the creativity and the availability of creativity to everyone. And there's I don't know the exact quote, but it's Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst, talks a lot about creativity, and he talks about it as being very tied, the idea of the creative impulse being very tied to happiness, not if you're making art necessarily, that all of us have this creative potential in any moment, and he really links it to spontaneity, which I just love too, this idea that at every moment there's sort of, you know, the quantum physics of like many, many possible moments, and that if we can allow, and it's hard, but like if we can allow that spontaneity to bubble up and allow that moment to be affected. This happens in the lab of writing. If it's like I'm present with the writing, then I can sort of move the scene somewhere surprising. But hopefully there's a moment, if I'm present, you know, and we're all davening, that I can feel something, or I feel like, you know, singing in a different way, or louder, or something, or if I cry, you know, something where it feels like there's a space for that kind of spontaneous expression. And it sort of, I do feel like Winnicott's really onto something there, that those moments are the moments I remember, because we go through our things and we kind of phone it in a lot. I mean, I sure do. Like, it just feels like a way that we're going about our days. But those moments that can feel like they are, like the reaction is different, or that there's some kind of presence in that, it feels like that's a creative space. So I feel like that's aspirational for me in all ways. So both spiritually, creatively, interpersonally, all of it.
I think you and I have talked about Anne Hamilton's notion that her creativity is a discipline of responsiveness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so you just, you bring that kind of practice, you bring that kind of discipline as much as you can, so that you can open yourself to that surprise or that recognition or what might come, exactly as you were talking about it.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and that responsiveness, in the Jewish studio process, there's kind of different modes, and one is the making mode, where you have a constraint. Here, I'm going to do 20 minutes, I'm going to scribble on a page. And then the next step in the process is called witnessing, and where you observe and you write and you free write about what arrived. And then you're encouraged to read it also aloud. It's just like, not just writing, but hearing yourself. And it's in that response to what's arrived on the page that you get an inner revelation, because you're going to the witnessing. So it's sort of like a push and pull between expressing and just like letting it out and allowing the process, whatever that is that's going to come out. And it's journeying into the unknown, right? Lech lecha. We all step into the unknown. We have that courage to go where we don't know where we're going. I'm not making a picture of a vase and flowers or trying to make a saison. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going into the unknown, and then I have a time constraint, and then I'm observing what came out of the unknown, and in my writing and in my listening and allowing just to flow, and then in my reading, sometimes there's a new revelation or there's a nothing, but I feel a lot calmer and I feel a lot more present, and I feel like I get to move out of that little monkey mind.
Mel?
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of the Jewish experience is asking a lot of questions. And I think that that's exactly what creativity is asking yourself 1,000 questions, even if you're not verbalizing them. I mean, if you're imagining making, something with pottery, each movement of your hand is a question. And so I think in the same way, that's very similar to our practices here.
Where do you, all of you, any of you, where do you find the courage to go into those places of the unknown? What helps you get there? Because it can be pretty terrifying, right? And it can call up all kinds of anxieties. And where do you find the courage? Where's the courage come from?
I think for me, it's really related to my like transition into like a trans woman, where I feel like for a long time I felt very afraid to create like a new life and a new body and a new identity for myself. And there was sort of like a problem or a question, like almost like an art project that I was avoiding for so long, but it was like haunting me that I needed to make. And then I think like almost all at once, like overnight, I just decided to be brave about it and to like start the project of like becoming a new person. And after that jump, like everything else sort of felt easier. And I also knew that the process of making something and venturing into this unknown place where I mean, I had no idea how anyone was going to react to my transition or to like a new name change or like how I was going to start looking different. And it was ultimately so rewarding, like emotionally, spiritually, like in my, like amongst my friends and family, where I knew that the act of making something could be so rewarding. So now that like kind of fear of messing up or making something wrong or bad is just like diminishing, because I know that oftentimes finding out what you're gonna make just feels so good. So now I'm venturing into the unknown all the time.
Thank you for that. Beautiful. Yeah. Courage?
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of courage to make things. I met my boyfriend on a dating app, and this will loop around, I promise. And on his profile it said filmmaker, and I still went on a date with him. And then we were talking, and I was like, okay, filmmaker, what are you making? And he told me about all these projects he was working on, and that ended up being like a huge reason that we ended up hitting it off so much, because I was like, you could just be sitting at home saying, I'll be a filmmaker one day, but you're out there shooting things, you're out there writing things. That's the hardest part, is just forcing yourself to start. And then after that, the reward comes from you just doing your work and letting it out of you. With truly creative people, that's the reward in and of itself. And so I think it really does just take that start. And once you start, I always compare getting into the industry here in LA as like looking at a fan on the desk. It's like moving so fast, you're like, there's no way I'm jumping into that, 0%. But once you're in it and you're spinning around on the blades, it's really not that bad, So jump into the fan, everybody.
Yeah. Yep.
I think I just feel like, there are people that travel the world and do like these huge world adventures, but for most people, like the Frodo and Bilbo, like heading out into the like landscape of Lord of the Rings is, in my mind, about a process, and it's just made it all externalized. But I feel like that's what we go through. It just feels like the courage, it's terrifying, but it's like the good, it just feels like the meaning of life is like be kind to people and be in processes. Like that, it just feels to me like you be in as many kinds of processes as you can, because that is where the meaning is. Like that is, it's all in the discovery of the rocky terrain, the grassy meadow, the like cave, all of these things, and they just apply to everything. Like this is how every sort of internal experience creatively, emotionally, spiritually happens. So it just feels like the courage just comes from like, how do we be alive? How do we live a life?
Right, and I clearly I think this is incredibly relevant to this holiday and what we're talking about here tonight in terms of that kind of, what's that preparation and where's the courage. And, as an educator of creative people, I often reflected that really what we're doing is we're teaching courage. That ultimately is, and courage comes from all kinds of different places as you've reflected. One place it comes from is skill, and another place is practice, another place is a willingness to jump in, another is to make a decision about your life and go deep into that all kinds of different ways in which we find it. And then what happens along the way when the courage may dissipate a little bit and we want to go back and we find our way, and we, as you just explained in your beautiful metaphor, and we roll over and go into it again. So my final question, how are we doing on time? Last one, okay, let's go. I don't know how much response I'm going to get from this. This is a kind of Rabbi Artson question too, but just talk about the relationship of creativity and revelation in Torah. And I said to my panelists before this, some of them may not have the courage to go into this or prepared to go into this, but nonetheless would love to hear if you have reflections about that, because we are in a certain fundamental way a warm-up band for Rabbi Artson coming up later on. So I'll just open that up and run, go.
I'll respond to that, and it's kind of a follow-on to the courage. It's about trusting the process. Like, how do we go into the unknown? We trust the process. And where's my Rabbi Artson? God is process, and creativity is process, and the journey, right? Who knows? You don't always have to even know the destination, but you have to make the mark on the blank page. So for me, it's about embracing the process. And I guess when we look at coming to this point in the Torah cycle of receiving tonight, it's like we're on the spiral of time. And as a people, we've arrived at this moment again, yet I'm not the same person I was last year. And I'm open to the process, so I can't use that word enough tonight, but just to embrace the process and the becomingness of it all, like the becomingness of it all, and enjoying the ride.
Beautiful, thank you. You want to take a...
Heard the Torah is a good book. I'll check it out.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you to my incredibly insightful and brilliant and spiritually gifted panelists, fellow panelists. I appreciate it very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is such an interesting and compelling way to start a night of learning around revelation and creativity. I'm so grateful to all of you, and especially grateful to Rabbis Tzadok and Silver and Panitz, who thought to put this particular collection of people together for us to hear from tonight first. And I want to just share, some of you know that in one of Abraham Joshua Heschel's last interviews that he does on video, you can see it, but it's incredible. He's asked in the end, if you could say a word to the youth today, what would you tell them? And he said, I would tell them to make their lives a work of art. And I think about it all the time. And Vera, if I may, I just want to speak to you specifically because you shared your experience of transitioning and really the way that informs the creative process or helped you learn about the creative process. And I feel we're living in a time of such madness and human cruelty right now. And I see you as a work of art, and I feel so blessed that we get to be in community with you. And I want to bless you with the continued strength and courage to live your truest self in the world and know that you will be embraced with love by all of us always in this place. I thank you all for the courage to make art and then the courage to speak about it, and for helping us understand the way that process of revelation works. Mel spoke in the very first answer that you offered about the communal nature of revelation and the way that when you're on a set, you're experiencing many people together, kind of building a piece of art together. And that's the model of our Jewish revelatory story. This is a revelation that happened to us as a collective and will continue to happen to us as a collective tonight. So even though each of us will have our own experiences and our own voices, and again, some of us are gonna lean toward text and some are gonna lean toward other ways of learning and engagement, we're experiencing this in the collective. So I just want to invite all of you to dive into the collective as much as you're able, and find a way to be in conversation over the snacks in between and during our sessions so that we collectively can lift up a Torah that's deeper and that's different from whatever any of us have ever achieved on our own. So again, a big hand to this amazing panel. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you... I know that there are a lot of people from Unacceptable LA who are here tonight, so I just want to give a special shout out. These are the folks, these are Israelis who are really fighting for democracy day after day, week after week, every single Sunday, meeting at the Federal Building in solidarity with our Israeli family that is fighting for democracy, equality, and justice for all. And I'm so grateful to all of you. Some of these people have been in the trenches for many years fighting for a just future for all who live in that land, and we're deeply grateful. We welcome you. I'm going to share very quickly what's coming up, and then Rabbi Silver, my colleague, is going to introduce what's immediately after this from 9 to 9:15. In this room at 9:15, Rabbi Bradley Shavit Artson will be teaching the dynamic way we dance ourselves into being. This is called Creation Revealed, Creation Revelation Created. I really went for like the short, concise, and pithy title there. And this is going to be essentially the text track for most of the night will be in this room because it is a Beit Midrash. Outside, Misha Askren, who is an IKAR member and nature enthusiast and Green Action hiker, is going to be leading a conversation called Nature Shows Us the Way. That will be in the outside classroom, which will eventually later in the night move into an inside class. Oh, already? Okay, room 309. If you don't see it outside there, look in room 309. And Brent Blair, who is, where are you? I just saw you. Brent Blair, who is a brilliant USC professor who literally has traveled the world using the approach of theater of the oppressed to bring more justice and equity and peace into the world, is going to be leading a session called Letting the Book Read You, a liberation arts approach to receiving Torah. So those are the three things that are happening at 9:15. Before that, everyone's invited to, you can stick around and ask a couple final questions here, grab some food, and Rabbi Silver's going to explain what moving revelation looks like, which is between 9 and 9:15 outside with Amy Siegel. Rabbi Silver.
Thank you. Rabbi Browse. I'm down here. Hi, everybody. So I want to introduce my friend Amy Siegel. Amy is standing there at the back. Amy is an expert in weaving a relationship between movement and Torah. She's the founder of an organization called The Living Room, which does exactly that. And she has just this week gained her DPT, which I understand are initials that have something to do with a doctorate in physical therapy. But I immediately heard dancing as a practice of Torah. And I promise you, this is one of those things that you need to experience with your body and from the inside. And we only have a precious 15 minutes in which to do it. We're going to be outside. We're going to be under the sky. We probably, after having sat and been in the inside space, need to work with our bodies in the outside space. So I urge you, if you feel that you want to explore what might be revealed, you'll be in the hands of a very skilled leader. So that is coming up kind of now, right?
That's going to be when you go outside, just right across the green, grab some food and drinks. I hope at least some of you will stick around because I'm teaching at 12:15 a.m. So just something to keep us looking forward to. But lots of goodness, and we have a lot of these sheets all posted all around, and you can grab one too. On the 15, we start each new session. So go and learn. Seilmad. everyone. I know we're going to have more folks come in as we're starting. Well, you heard him cited only about 5 or 6 times in the previous session. The man who needs no introduction, and yet I will introduce him just briefly to say, this is the Rabbi of Rabbis, the teacher of teachers, the dean of the Ziegler School of Rabbinic Studies, colleague to Rabbi Cheryl Peretz, really, truly one of the great wise teachers of our time, and a very dear friend who we are very proud to have as a beloved member of our own community. I'm so excited that we get the chance to learn now with Rabbi Brad Artson. Thank you.
So I want to try to catch up on our time because I know there's a lot going on tonight, and I want to go to some of those other programs too. Here's a couple things I want to share. The first is, Sharon, I believe that tonight is an anniversary.
It is.
So happy anniversary. That is amazing.
Between God and Israel and David.
It's like a wedding ceremony with God and Israel, but the two of you are one of those rare couples where each of you married up. And I just want to say from personal experience that the first 26 years are the hardest. So smooth sailing from here on in. Right, dear? Okay, good. Yeah. Second thing I want to tell you is that one of the benefits of my second round of cancer surgery is that I can now fit in my favorite t-shirt again. This t-shirt has chemistry and Hebrew, two of my favorite things. So enjoy it. You have the pretty colored picture and some text in front of you. I want to say one thing in dissent from that brilliant, brilliant, amazing panel. Part of what taking process seriously means is to be suspicious of rigid dichotomies. And one of the rigid dichotomies we often pay lip service to is the distinction between brain and emotion. And I want to tell you that is part of supremacy, it is part of patriarchy, and it is utterly false, right? Mind is a thing that brains do. But mind is bigger than just neurology. And neurology itself does not stay in the cranium. You talk about a gut feeling, that's because much of your nervous system extends all the way down, right? And in fact extends beyond your body out into the world. The Hebrew Bible understands that, and it understands that Lev is the seat both of cognition and of emotion. Both. If you don't have your feeling engines running, you won't engage in crisp thinking. And if you don't engage in sharp thinking, your feeling remains muddy and inchoate. So what you saw on the panel was a remarkable blend of deep, deep reflection and powerful intuition, but then in the West, we fall back on dichotomizing those. And I just want to strike a blow against that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I have been thinking a lot about creativity and Torah. That's partly because I'm also revving up to write my next book, part of my how I make myself happy. I'm happy when I have a project, and I also don't know what I think until I write it down. So I've been thinking about the bridge between the last book I wrote, which was about creation and science, and revelation. And so the first thing I want to say is, in Jewish tradition and experience, there's this weird double loop that goes on. We know about creation because it's written in a book. That is to say, the revealed Torah starts by talking about creation. and therefore portrays God as an artist. God is the one who was the very first to know by doing, to know by making. God had no idea how the universe was going to turn out, according to the story in the books of Genesis, right? God is surprised all the time, not least surprised by the way people turn out. "Oh my me," said God, "you are evil from the time of your birth," as if God didn't know that that was coming. So we know creation through revelation. But of course, revelation had to have a universe to happen in. So revelation is part of the unfolding of creation. A creation that reveals, a revelation that creates, they're looped together. Another dichotomy bites the dust. So that's something that I was drawn to because in process thinking, which is a school of philosophical thought that says that the universe is not made up of solid substances that bang into each other on the outside. That's an old Newtonian and Greek way of viewing the universe that we have now scientifically moved beyond. The universe is made of shimmering interactive patterns of energy, and those interactive patterns of energy respond to what's going on around them, react in a way that becomes data for every other piece of shimmering energy. So the universe is a constant flow of taking in the information of the rest of the world, internalizing it, making a choice what you're going to do with that, and then putting that choice out into the universe for the universe to respond to. That means that the universe is always becoming, and it is always relating. There is no being. Being is a logical abstraction. There is only becoming. And becoming never happens in isolation. Becoming is always in interactivity, in relationship with every other becoming. We are all becomings shaping the other becomings. And the only difference between us and God, there are actually several, but one of the big ones here is that we each know the interactions and becomings that relate to us, that are within our observable sphere. God alone integrates all becoming across all time. And because God knows absolutely everything there is to know, God forever retains every choice ever made. And God knows the past and the present. But the future isn't decided yet. The future is not a thing to know or not know. So God is eagerly anticipating. Thank you for catching that. Best movie ever. God is eagerly anticipating our choices to see which universe potential will become actual. You with me so far? The universe is a collection of interlocking becomings. The future is multiple and open, and we all make our choices, which helps determine what the future is going to be. And once we've done that, once that becomes present, then God knows it forever. Okay, now part of what that means then is that both creation and revelation are not specific events. They're not punctuated moments. They are processes that are happening all the time. I love the fact that our prayer book speaks about God as Notain Torah, the one who gives Torah. It's said in the present, because Torah, which is the Hebrew word for teaching, is happening at every instant. At every instant that we're open to it. You know, you can't give a Torah that won't be received. So the giving of the Torah, the priming of the pump, is our being willing to accept it. But accepting Torah is not passive. We and God decided what Torah would become the Torah we have. We and God interpret the Torah and decide how it gets applied. Right? This is not God is active and we are passive. Right? Every creating event, you, me, the trees, the rocks, the planets, the system as a whole, everything is a grand, cascading, ongoing, interactive process. What smart people who write books call iterative, which I looked up. I can use it in a sentence too, if you'd like. So creating, what is creativity? Owen Flanagan beautifully said that it's self-expression. It's performing oneself. So think about that. In the making to know paradigm, which is perfect process theology, right? There is no abstract knowing, there's only the knowing that emerges out of doing. And we are constantly both knowing and making ourselves. The Talmud teaches, I love this, that the interpretation of a dream is however it's interpreted. That means, by the way, be very careful, Freudians among you, because it actually means what you tell someone it means, right? One of my worst days as a pulpit rabbi, what the period of my life my mother refers to as when I was a rabbi, was I had a congregant come in and tell me that she had a dream that her deceased mother visited her and beckoned to her to come. And I was a smart enough son of a Freudian analyst to know I was not stepping into that. So I said what any good Freudian kid would say. I said, what do you think that means? And she said, well, it either means I'm about to die, or it means that my mother will be with me in whatever's coming. And I said, it means the second. So performing oneself, because we don't know ourselves until we see how we act, what we do, what we say, and then we say, oh, I guess that's who I am. And if we're attentive, then with time we see when we perform the best versions of ourselves. When is it that we actually thrive? When is it that we're really there for the ones we care about? When is it we take stands, that we look back on our life and we say, I don't know where I got the courage to do that, but I love that part of me that does that, and I want to do more of that, right? That's the self-performance. Jerome Bruner talks about self-making stories. And again, we've heard already that you live your life as though it's art, but to think of our lives as a story unfolding. And we've heard from some of the writers up here, you have very little control over the characters in a fictional work. It turns out you also have very little control over the fictional character of yourself. Today, the part of Rabbi Artson will be played by a very handsome, tall man who could still lose a few. Somehow in creativity, there's novelty. Maybe not objective novelty, but novelty for the person who's creating, where we push ourselves to do or to see what we've never done or seen before. I mentioned that it's a process. There's a big debate among philosophers, does creativity have to have value? Right? Could you be doing something really hideous and be creative about it? The people who brought you the death camps, does that count as creativity? Had never happened before. They thought of something utterly new. It was completely despicable and inhumane. Marquis de Sade, very creative, right? Okay, I'm not going to touch more of that. There's a way in which we are tempted to think that creativity happens to us, right? Even the guys in the shower who come up with great new insights. You know, I was just soaping myself up and boom, there it was. And so we tend to, again, fall back onto this childish notion of we are passive and things are given to us. But if you think about it, that person didn't start in the shower a blank slate. That person has been gnawing and chewing on this for a long time. If I can use the metaphor, a camel should not be surprised by the cud that it spits up and starts to chew, right? It's been working at 3 stomachs already, right? And we are too with our creativity. So, a couple general thoughts, and then I want to do some text with you that I think you'll enjoy. In process thought, one of the ways that process theology pisses off true believers is that Whitehead and others have said that God is not ultimate. What is ultimate in the universe, meaning nothing can exist without this, is creativity. It's an interesting thing. Once you see the universe as a series of becomings, then what you're struck by is that every becoming is creative. If you're alive, you're creating. If you exist, you are creating. Right? From the electrons that move onto a different energy circle when you inject some energy into it, to the fish that decided, hey, I'm sick of being wet all the time, I'm going to crawl onto land and see how that works, to the first monkey who said, I'm getting out of this tree, my back is killing me, I'm going to stand up. Right? Everybody is choosing. And that constant choosing is creativity, right? Doing what has never been done before. Welcome, and congratulations. So if creativity is ultimate, then says Whitehead, says process thought, God is the greatest example of that creativity. Right? God's creativity is all the time, and all the time handed over to us. And I want to be clear here, us doesn't just mean people, us does not just mean mammals, us does not just mean organic matter. All becoming in the universe, stars and planets and dirt and water, everything is adding its contribution. The wonderful phrase that Whitehead used for that was, he says, out of the many, one. So everything makes its choice, contributes that choice, and gets integrated into the universe that then exists at that moment. The many becoming one, and then increasing it by our own next choice. So I want to look at some examples of that kind of creativity. And these are 2 of my favorite rabbinic stories. So if you take a look first at the pretty colored picture, because I love you, and I want you to compare and contrast this with other people who teach you tonight, some of whom don't give you pretty multicolored graphics. Just remember who loves you. In this graphic, the past is the red arrow on the left. And that's the past actual world, the world up until this instant. And that is a unity, meaning you cannot change that past. Right? People, by the way, get confused about that because what we can do is change how we tell the story of the past, and that's sometimes just as important. When I was in high school, there was one woman in American history, she made a flag, and then there were no women until Eleanor Roosevelt. She went to the UN. And of course, because I went to school in the early 70s, there hadn't been any significant women yet. So it just stopped. There were literally 2 women, no Native Americans, and there was a black guy who made peanut butter or something. But other than that, it turns out I studied the history of white men. There was one Jew. He gave money during the Revolutionary War. Right? But that was it. That was it. Other than that, there's only been Protestant men walking around this continent. It's a miracle that they had children. But the past is unchanging. But what changes is what you think is significant in the past, what you think matters. So we've discovered all kinds of extraordinary people who didn't used to count. Right? And it's not that they weren't extraordinary, it's that people had lenses to filter that didn't let them see the magnificence around them. So that changes, but the past does not change. The future, on the other hand, is open and plural, meaning it's not been decided. Right? It has not been decided in physics, it's not been decided in biology, and here's the shocker, it's not even decided in real religion, although many Western theologians don't know that. But God throughout the Torah is surprised. God doesn't know the outcome, and God can't do it alone. God needs Noah, God needs Moses and Miriam and Aaron. Right? God cannot liberate those slaves without human leadership, human initiative, and human buy-in. The Israelites have to agree to walk out of Egypt. The mixed multitude have to agree to go with them. Right? So the future is open and plural. And what happens when the future comes at us, we because we're trained in Western thinking, we think of history moving from the past into the future. But that's not the motion. The motion is from the future into the present to the past. And it's a great big funnel. Every possible future comes to us and meets us at this moment. And at this moment, we have to decide what choice we're going to make to embrace which possible future. And that choice is always freely yours, as it is freely anything in the cosmos. God cannot and will not dictate that choice. God has a preference. In process thought, we call the optimal choice, the choice that is optimal in terms of justice and love and experience and compassion, the lure, L-U-R-E. Right? So God lures us with a sense of the best possible choice at this moment. But here I want to jump in and say that choice is also pluralistic, meaning the lure for you at this moment is the sum total of everything in your life and past coming to you right now. And that's different than your lure, because your lure has to be what's possible for you given the sum total of your history, your experiences, everything you know, and what you're facing at this moment, which means we can never know what the lure is for someone else. If we're lucky, we can have clarity as to what it is for ourselves. And so our job isn't to tell someone else, you should be doing it my way. Our job is to get to know them well enough that we can ask good questions so they can figure out the lure for themselves. And that's where revelation kicks in. That star in the middle is the moment in which multiple futures distill into a single present, which then immediately perishes and becomes the past. And history just keeps flowing in that direction. Choose the future, that choice becomes permanent. Once you've decided, you can make a different choice in the next moment of integration, but that choice is forever your journey, forever. And God will know it forever. Part of what I love about process thought is it also then says that God has real pathos. God has real feelings. If we make choices of violence or hard-heartedness or injustice or greediness, God will know that and feel pain forever. And if we rise up and in an expansive spirit, we find the ability to make connections, to help someone else, to do the right thing, that will give God eternal joy, because God knows everything there is to know eternally. So 2 stories. Do I have 5 minutes left? 10. Woo! I am the richest man in LA. All right, so the first story is a story about Moses. It's from the Talmud, from Menachot. I have put it to you in the original Aramaic, just so you know that I didn't make up this story, someone else did. It is found in the Talmud. It is a story that only the book like the Talmud can say. I just want to tell you one statistic about the Talmud that is my favorite Talmud statistic. My students have heard me say this before, but it bears repeating. The Talmud contains 5,000 arguments. Do you know how many of those arguments are resolved in the Talmud? 50. They're not idiots. 50. But the Talmud knows that answers shut down conversations. Talmud's not interested in the answers. Answers are for rabbis. Right? What the Talmud wants is a really raucous conversation. And then it gets bored. So then they just move on to another argument. Right? And I love that about the Talmud. The Talmud is just constantly spitting out arguments and perspectives. And if you think that, then what do you do with that? And if you don't think that, then what do you do with that? And how do you make that fit together? And then now let's talk about something else. So here, and it also tells great stories. So here's a great story. Rav Yehuda says that Rav said, when Moses ascended on high, he found the Holy Blessing One sitting and tying crowns on the letters of the Torah. And Moses said before God, Master of the universe, who is preventing you from giving the Torah without these silly little ornaments? And God said, there's going to be a man who is destined to be born after several generations, and his name is Akiva ben Yosef. And he will derive from each and every one of these little marks thousands of halachot, thousands of Jewish principles, teachings. Okay, so now picture the scene. Moses is standing on the top of Mount Sinai, and there's God, the first scribe, hunched over a table, writing out in beautiful calligraphy, presumably, the Torah, the world's very first Torah. And instead of just writing the words, God is making these little sticks on top of some of the letters with little circles on top of the sticks. If you haven't seen an open Torah scroll, make one of the rabbis show you. Those letters have these little tagim, these little crowns on them that nobody knows what they're there for. The guy who wrote this story doesn't know what they're there for. That's why he's making up this story. Like, why in the world? Someone had to, and by the way, because we Jews, we never forget any random anything. Now, when you write a Torah, you have to put the same little random marks. For all you know, some scribe was like writing, and then his partner came in and said, hey, I made you a matzah and haroset sandwich. You hungry? And he said, sure. And he got up and he pushed his pen, and there was a mark. And now for hundreds of generations, we have to make that same mark on that same letter because of some haroset sandwich. Yeah, I just made up a Talmudic story. So Moses says, God, why are you doing that? And God says, you want to see? And he says, sure. So blink of an eye, and Moses finds himself in the presence of Rebbe Akiva, the greatest rabbi in the Talmud. And if you'd like to read a brilliant fictional account of his life, there's a book called The Orchard by Yochi Brandes. She's brilliant. And it's a fictional account, but she knows so much rabbinics, it's just unbearably delicious, this incredible book, told from the perspective of Akiva's wife. So, okay, so he says, show him to me, and so he says, okay, and so Moses is there, and the way rabbinic classrooms worked, the best student sat in the front row on the right, and then the second best student next to that one, and then the third and the fourth, and until you got to the back of the room. The back of the room were the novices, right? And then you just kind of hoped you would move up eventually, right? So Moses is in the back of the room with the greenhorns, right? And he's watching this thing, and when Akiva gets to a technical point of Torah law, one of his students says, "Master, how do you know that?" And he says, "Halacha leMoshe miSinai." This was a law given to Moses at Mount Sinai. And Moses bursts into tears because he has no idea what Rabbi Akiva is talking about, right? Like, first of all, he doesn't understand the rule. He doesn't understand the logic. And then Rabbi Akiva is saying he's the guy whose idea it was, right? And he doesn't know what to do with this. And then God comforts him by saying, "This is my desire. This is what I want." I didn't continue the story. It has a tragic ending. Right? The tragic ending is he says, what's the reward for someone who is so brilliant that he's able to derive rules that I could never, Moses, have imagined? And he shows him the Romans flaying his skin off with hot irons. Not a happy, they weren't great at like wrapping up stories. Don't make the movie with that ending. But what's incredible about this story is it suggests that the Torah we teach, Moses had no idea of, and yet is somehow the author of it. So I want to ask you, what does that mean? What does that say about creativity? Because we Jews have been doing creative dancing with the Torah from the moment we got it. And the Torah that we read means things that our ancestors never intended, never saw, right? We at IKAR are among the luckiest Jews in the world because each and every one of our rabbis gets up and does dazzling dances with Torah. And the authenticity of their teaching is found by the way they derive things from Torah that in a million years we would never have seen. But neither would Moses. Neither would Rabbi Akiva. So in what way is it the Torah of Moses? That's a question. How does that Torah creativity work? I'm not going to get you, you can wait for that. I'm not about to answer that question. What do you think? This is a story about creativity. Yes.
Is known, but the free choice is given.
Yes.
I could never reconcile it. So give me your version. Okay. Sit down.
No, she wants you to speak without having it on.
I have no problem. I can raise my voice. I have no.
So the question is, in Pirkei Avot, it is actually Rabbi Akiva who says that all is in the hands of heaven except for the choices people make. This is impossible. Rabbi Akiva was many things. He was not a philosopher. If God, with a certainty, knows what choice you're going to make, then you don't have free will. So he's wrong. But what Rabbi Akiva, to his credit, is saying is, I think I have to believe in an all-powerful God who's in control, even though you look out at the world and it's clear that that can't be the case. Yet I'm unwilling to give up on human freedom and responsibility. So I know this is a paradox, but I'm going to hold on to it anyway. All right, but back to our normal story. Look at the way that creativity builds on what it has inherited, but is not bound to replicate it. Right? The Torah that each generation is called to produce is unprecedented, is unpredictable. Each generation in some important way betrays the preceding generations. And that's Torah. Like, that's the process of Torah. If you don't see things in Torah that are different than the generation before you, then why bother with your generation? If each of us are to make the Torah uniquely great, then we have to bring novelty in what we read. This is an age in which God is asking us to find trans people in the Torah. This is an age in which God is asking us to transcend racial bias, or gender prejudice, or supremacy, or imperialism, all kinds of things that we're commanded to see, and the fact that the generation before us didn't see it is because each generation stands on the shoulders of the one before. That's true for great creative artists too. The most improvisational of the artists have been practicing their scales for 10,000 hours. They know what they're riffing on. That's why they're so good at it, right? It takes enormous effort to be spontaneous and unrehearsed, right? That's what Rebbe Akiva is doing here. And that's what gives Moses comfort. Moses says, even though in a million years I would never have thought that the Torah means what Rebbe Akiva says, I can see that the process that I launched, he's doing. And that's comforting. I know I'm an old rabbi, and one of the ways I know is I go speak at the communities of my former students. And they do something utterly brilliant in the middle of whatever they're doing. And someone says to them, "Where did you think of that?" And they point to me and they say, "He taught me that." No, I would never have thought of that. But what they mean by that is that I gave them the tools and the permission to do something that no one had thought of before. And that's Torah. So I am going to respect the time. I'm going to close. You can do the second story on your own, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it. I want to say one last thing, and then you can say something too. Creativity, we've heard from several of the panelists, involves the coming together of another paradox. Broad open possibility that somehow have to get fed into narrow, unforgiving constraints. I have an hour to write every morning. Or I'm going to choose to use charcoal, which can't do what pastels can do, or watercolor. Or I'm going to use watercolor, and then watercolor is going to coerce me to make certain choices that I wouldn't have to make if I was using acrylics, right? But the combination of constraint and freedom, that's what bakes creativity into reality, right? We need both. And in a sense, what Torah does is gives us both. We have the constraint of the text in front of us, and then we read it through our own eyes, through the needs of our own time. And therefore, we see things in it that no one saw before. And that's revelation. It is said of Rabbi Eliezer ben Hirkanos that when he got up to teach, when he had just finished rabbinical school, newly ordained rabbi, and he taught Torah, and the Midrash says he taught Torah that had never before been heard in the world. 2,000-year-old creativity, right? Don't give me the same tired old Torah that I've heard a million times before. That's not revelation. And it was said that at that moment, his sun shone like the sun in the middle of the day. And people were checking their ears to see if they had actually heard what he had really said, because no ear had ever heard it before. And the rabbis of old are praising that as that's what Sinai looks like. It's new, it's fresh. No one's heard it before, and it was there waiting to be discovered. Shalom.
All right, thank you so much, Rabbi Artson. That reminds me of a sermon I heard from a bar mitzvah boy just a few days ago. Sammy gave an incredible talk, and what I'm so moved by here, if I can just reflect for a moment, is that how much faith you have to have in the halakha or in the Torah itself that it won't break when the next generation, trained in the ways of the previous generation, finds a different narrative or different story. You have to really have that faith. So that was so powerful. Thank you. We're going to take a short break, and then let me just tell you what's going to happen. Back in this room, we're going to have at 10:15 Rabbi Tarlin Rabizadeh, who is one of my students at Milken and now is a great rabbi, who is the one of the vice presidents at the AJU and the director of the Mas Center, is going to be doing a text study in here called What Does It Mean to Receive Anyway? Rabbi Deborah Silver and Pam Jacobson, beloved community member, have been working on counting the Omer. They have developed a practice, and they're going to be doing a session called Discovering the Sfirot, an interactive exercise, and that's going to be outside and down the way. And then we have Yael Shafir and Dev Brous, who are two climate justice educators and activists in our community, beloved, who are going to be doing a session called Harvesting Torah, Grounding Through Sound. They're doing a sound bath. So feel free to go wherever you are interested, and then we'll meet back in this room again at 11:15 as we start our next set of sessions. I just do want to point out that there's a whole slew of vegan options outside, including a beautiful vegan cheese plate that might be pleasing to some people, and cheesecake. So thank you to our amazing team that's feeding us throughout the night. What? And vegan nachos. There you have it. There's also dairy, but there's also vegan. All right. Thank you so much to Rabbi Artson. Thank you. Thank you, folks, for being here. know more people will come in, but we have lots of friends who are still with us online, and so I want to make sure that we're moving into our to our session. I'm gonna invite. Let's all, if maybe we can also start to stack up some chairs in the back, but try to come close so that we can engage each other a little bit more intimately. All right, friends. I'm so happy to have this opportunity for all of us to learn with Rabbi Tarlin, Rabbi Zadeh. Tarlin, thank you so much for doing this tonight. We're thrilled to hear from you. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Brous. Again, if I can just ask everyone to come up forward. I have sheets on the seats in front. It'll entice everyone to come. Hi, Michael. It'll entice everyone to just come forward. Come forward. Let's do it. Let's be a little bit more cozy if possible. What's up? You need something from me? Come on in. So Chag Sameach, everyone, and everyone at home cozying up in your living room or whatnot. I'm sure we've said the blessing at some point for studying Torah, but Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. Amen. So, you know, it's funny when you prepare for a text, you study, and then you end up kind of focusing on one thing. So let's see what all of you think of some of this stuff that I came up with. I'd love to learn from you tonight, not just teach. I think that's the best. That's the best. You know, I'm kind of selfish like that. I want to learn what all of you can teach me. So I'll start off in Exodus 24:7. It says, Veikach Sefer Habrit. Then he took the record of the covenant and read it aloud to the people. Right. And they said, all that Adonai has spoken, we will faithfully do. And in the Hebrew, the famous line is, V'na'aseh v'nishma, right? We will do and we will listen. Or maybe we will do and we will hear. And it's funny that I ended up on this text because I was in 10th grade in Rabbi Browse's class. And it was in this moment that I think I really realized I wanted to become a rabbi. Because I was an annoying teenager who said, why the heck do I have to do this? I don't want to, why do I have to follow these laws? And I remember Rabbi Brous, being the visual teacher that she is, drew a mountain upside down and a bunch of people. And she said that there's a fable, that there's sort of a midrash. So we're gonna jump down to the bottom. At this moment, in Exodus, Moses leads the people out of the camp toward God, and they take their places at the foot of the mountain. And there's a Gemara citing. Michael, is there any way we can pass a mic around so other people can speak, or should I read the? Yeah? Does anyone want to read English? It's English. You want to do it? She'll do it. Oh, did you call on someone? There'll be plenty, I promise. Go for it. So the Gemara cites, let's start with the Torah says.
Okay, the Torah says, and Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet God, and they stood at the lowermost part of the mount. Rabbi Avdimi Bar Hama Bar Hassa said, the Jewish people actually stood beneath the mountain, and the verse teaches that the Holy One, blessed be He, overturned the mountain above the Jews like a tub, and said to them, if you accept the Torah, excellent, and if not, there will be your burial.
Okay, so what's happening in this moment? What is going on? Somebody want to tell me? You want to tell me? Tell me and I'll repeat it. Coercion, right? You got to do this by force. Okay, keep going.
Okay, Rav Aha Bar Yaakov said, from here there is a substantial caveat to the obligation to fulfill the Torah. The Jewish people can claim that they were coerced into accepting the Torah, and it is therefore not binding.
So if we were forced to do it, then it's not binding, he's saying.
Rava said, even so, they again accepted it willingly in the time of Ahasuerus. As it is written, the Jews ordained and took upon them, and upon their seed, and upon all such as joined themselves onto them. And he taught, the Jews ordained what they had already taken upon themselves through coercion at Sinai.
Great. I just love that because the story of Esther is in it, and it's just showing us that for many, many generations, they took it upon themselves. So you can see as an annoying teenager in Rabbi Brause's class, this is not so much of a helpful response, right? I'm asking her, why the heck do I have to follow this? And the fable is that God forced us to do it. All right? So now I looked up a bunch of different answers for what this line could mean. So we're going to go through some of them. I'm going to watch the time. We might not be able to go through all of them. But I want you to let me know if any of them particularly speak to you. All right? Often you'll have, us bring up a bunch of different texts that have to do with a theme. Today we are going deep on one line. Okay? So forced to accept the Torah. Why did God need to suspend the mountain over them? Forcing the Jewish people to accept the Torah. After all, the people of Israel had already declared their willingness to accept the Torah, right? They said, Na'aseh v'nishma. We will do, and we will listen, and we will understand what it means after we do. So bullet point number 1. Why don't you just pass it on?
Na'aseh v'nishma referred only to the Ten Commandments, not the entire Torah. God overturned the mountain to force them to accept all the other mitzvot.
So what's going on here? My old favorite student. I have new favorite students on the other side.
Beats me, Tarlin. I'm not
Yeah?
sure.
What could it mean? Na'aseh v'nishma only refers to the Ten Commandments, not the whole Torah. So God overturned the mountain to force them to accept all of the Torah. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So?
Maybe it's an emphasis on the Ten Commandments, not sure.
Maybe, or maybe it's saying 10 Commandments is not enough. I know my mom always says, isn't the basis of the Torah just the 10 Commandments? The rest is commentary. I say, no, mother, and don't tell people your daughter's a rabbi. So let's go on to the next bullet. Max, you up for it?
Sure. God feared that the awesome thunder and flames might frighten the Jews into retracting their acceptance of the Torah.
Right, so this is in the Tosafot. So there's thunder and lightning happening at this moment, and so maybe the reason God coerced everyone was because people might have been freaking out and going backwards. I remember Rabbi Rowley in New York, there was a moment where he was trying to get everybody's attention to read the Torah on Shavuot, and no one was listening, and he said, now I know why God made thunder and lightning, because you people aren't listening, right? So he's saying maybe God suddenly saw that the flames were too much for the Jews, and they retracted. So God is saying, I'm going to turn the mountain over so they'll listen. I don't know how many of you have ever been teachers of a classroom. Sometimes we do interesting things to make sure that the younger students, we got nods in the back, are listening to us. Okay, let's do 3. Someone else? How about over there? You want to do the 3rd bullet?
Okay. Na'aseh
v'nishma
does not constitute complete acceptance. God forced them to confirm their acceptance with a covenant and an oath.
So what's going on here? It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough that they said, Na'aseh v'nishma, that I will do and I will listen. So God put a mountain above them so that they would have a brit, an oath, that said, not only do we hear and we understand, we promise to keep this going. You want to read the next one? The Jews.
The Jews wished to accept the Torah only on condition that they would be able to live in Eretz Yisrael. He gave them to the land of the nations so they might safeguard his statutes and observe his teachings.
God forced them to observe the Torah even outside Eretz Israel in exile.
Everyone's staring at me. How do you feel about this one? Amazing? Why? Tell me. In the mic. You don't want to tell me in the mic?
I think it's great. I mean,
tell me.
I feel like if you're living only in Israel, then you're only in one part, and I think that's why I think the diaspora is so important. I mean, Israel is a very important thing, and that's what they're starting originally. But then, to force them to live outside of Israel, you can still be, observant.
Beautiful. And remember that the Torah was given to us right outside of Israel, right?
Right.
Moses didn't make it into the promised land, and we got all of this right outside, which is a beautiful reminder that,
we're all like strangers.
Yeah, it's
to a
almost like
new
maybe
land.
God knew we would be outside longer than we'd be inside, and we'd go inside, and then we'd leave again to go outside, and that's the life of us in Israel.
For sure.
Mike, I can't hear you.
Motherland?
Motherland, the motherland, yeah. Israel is like the motherland. Do you like to go live at home with your mother? Sure, but in doses, yeah? That's how I feel about my life in Israel. Okay, God chose Mount Sinai. Hey, who would like to read that? You want to read that? It's too long? Okay. You want to, someone else? You want to?
God chose Mount Sinai, the lowest of the surrounding mountains, as the location of Matan Torah. For there will come a time when Klal Yisrael will go into exile, and the Torah will be disdained, scorned, and lowered. Afraid of the bitter exile, the Jews wanted to take back their acceptance of the Torah. If you accept the Torah, God told them, it will be a source of strength to you in Galut. But if you do not accept it, Sham Teche Kevarachem, there in Galut will be your grave. For without the Torah, you will not be able to survive the horrors of the exile.
What's going on here? We kind of touched on it a minute ago. More coercion. That is the theme of this. Right? It was given to them at the lowest surrounding of the mountain, right? Because there's going to be moments where we're going to be in lowliness, right? Because in our tradition, remember, being in the galut, being in the diaspora, I should translate, is sort of lowliness in a way. We always desire to go back. Whether or not we agree with that is our own, is our own. But traditionally, there's a desire to make aliyah. There's a desire to reunite with the rest of our people in one place. Although at the same time, we always want to be a light among the nations, and that way always be in the world, right? And always learn, like Abraham did. He went through the world and always wanted to teach, but also gain information from the world, right? How many of us leave for college to another place? How many of us travel to learn more? We give, people get exposed to Jewish worlds, and then we also gain.
The immense spiritual levels that the Jews attained at Mount Sinai made them capable of prophetically viewing all future generations. This newfound awareness of the sins of later generations caused them to hesitate. Why should they accept responsibility for the descendants' misdeeds? God forced them to accept the Torah and acknowledge their liability for future generations.
What do you think of this one?
To a certain extent, you kind of are responsible for how your descendants turned out because, if you, of course, it won't always stick, but if you try to teach them as strongly as you can, I can't imagine all of it wouldn't linger with them, so.
Okay, great. And it's so nice to see you in person instead of teaching you on Zoom. I love it. Anyone else? I mean, what is this really telling us?
A lot of things. To me, it's also like, it's saying this isn't just about you and your people in here. It's about forever ahead of you. Like endless, infinite people that you'll be influencing in the future.
Beautiful. I mean, there's a famous midrash that talks about God wanting to give the Torah to the people. And the people say, you know, God, give us the Torah. And God says, what are you going to guarantee me if I give you the Torah? What are you going to guarantee me? And God says, you know, our ancestors, you know, they were great. They loved you. They followed you. They're like, our ancestors are not a good guarantee. Or they fetched in the desert. They didn't always believe in me. Give me another one. He's like, how about the prophets? The prophets rebuked us. They were tough on us. They followed you. He's like, no, I got problems with them too. Last chance. And the people say, our children. And he goes, ding, ding, ding. You give me your children, I will give you our Torah. And the children are the guarantors. And I always think about that because there's a lot of Kabbalistic ideas about how children, being so new in the world, understand the meaning of God, understand the meaning of so many things that we kind of forget through life as we get older. You know, people get in our way and we become tough sometimes, right? So children are our liability. We have to make sure that we pass it on to our children. I see a hand, and thank you. Duke for the win.
Hi, what I was going to say was the one constant is the Torah through the generations, past, present, and future. What changes is in future generations, you're going to have different interpretations of the Torah from what we do now, here, tonight, and how it was interpreted in the past.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's different.
Totally, and I think Rabbi Artson kind of touched on the last session in a beautiful way. It's kind of the same words, but we see it differently, right? Which is the whole point of why we read Torah over and over again. I remember learning in rabbinical school that the way we learn Torah, or the way we think about the calendar cycle, is not in a circle or in a straight line linearly, but it's a spiral. Every week we learn a different parasha, a different chapter of the Torah, and every year we do certain things. Every year we learn the same parshiot for Rosh Hashanah, the same chapters for Yom Kippur, but the words aren't different. We're different, and because we're different, we see parts of it that we didn't see before, right? When I'm younger, I'm not really paying attention to the fact that these women couldn't conceive. But when I'm older and I'm thinking about babies, or I'm thinking about marriage, or I'm thinking about whatever it is, I start to notice things that I didn't notice before, right? You notice all of those things. And so, great point. Fantastic. Any other thoughts before we move on? Okay, next. B'nai Yisrael, right? Who's got the mic? Mike, you go. Michael's double fisting the mics. Do we, yeah? Go ahead. Go ahead. B'nai Yisrael, the people of Israel, or the children of Israel.
Okay. B'nai Yisrael, which one is it? Okay. Is it the third one from
The fourth one from the bottom.
Okay. B'nai Israel had just experienced the momentous miracles of the Exodus and the parting of the sea, and they accepted the Torah out of the ardent love of the God, but the God wanted them to accept the Torah out of the both what is it?
Ahava.
Love of God, and Yirah, fear of the God, and since it's fear of a God which inspires a person to do
Teshuvah, repentance.
Teshuvah, God hold the moment. God held the mountain over the Israel to induce the sense of the Yirah. The Jewish people would serve him with both emotions, love, and awe.
Great. So what's happening here? So God wanted them to accept the Torah both out of love and out of fear. Because fear is what helps people repent and become a better person, right? It's a little bit also about what Rabbi Artson was saying before, right? You need sort of limitations and you also need freedom. You need both, right? You need keva, you need some kind of continuous rhythm, and you also need kavanah, intention. There's no point in praying 3 times a day just because you're praying. And I ask people, who are you talking to? They're like, I don't know. And then on the other end, you just pray whenever you want. Sometimes you don't pray, right? So we need both. So God held a mountain over Israel to induce them out of a sense of fear, because the Jewish people would then serve God with both emotions, love and fear. Sometimes you need both. Any thoughts? I love the nods, though. For all of you back at home, I'm getting nods.
Yeah, what I was going to say on the issue of prayer is whether you pray 3 times a day or 10 times a day or not at all, life happens. And, you know, we can't predict the future. So we can pray and hope for the best, but that doesn't mean that it's going to change something for the better or for the worse.
That's great. But we also, just for praying a few times a day, 3 times, 10 times, good for you. It helps you kind of be stable. So in a way,
I mean, for me, I do a lot of, I'm a long distance runner, so I do a lot of running.
Nice.
So that lowers my stress a lot. Some people pray, so.
I love it. Do you mind passing it to the person over there? She has something to say.
I mean, if you think about Heschel, when he was, you know, when he said that he was, you know, during Selma, and he was walking, you know, marching during the civil rights movement.
Right.
And people, you know, they went up to him and said, Rabbi, why are you not praying? It's Shabbat. And he says, no, I am praying. I'm praying with my feet. And so I think that we have to understand that praying is not about an actual, you know, it's important to obviously know certain prayers, but it's also important to the action of it. Being able to do something. And if you're going to, let's say, text message to show what you're thinking, you know, to help or to call or to do things that are active, that's a form of prayer that I think that we often don't realize because it's not traditional.
Beautiful. I mean, that brings me to mind to something else Rabbi Brous taught me. I'm just going to do a bunch of Rabbi Brous stuff. Rabbi Brous, I think she talks about Hannah a lot. And one of the things that we love about the story of Hannah is that she prayed with complete intention. I mean, she's the one that really taught us, you know, when we pray the Amidah, the standing prayer, what it means to pray with intention. And there's a fable that's also based off of that about a child in the back of the synagogue. There's a rabbi in the front who's teaching prayer and praying, and there's the kid in the back who's just like mumbling some stuff, and the rabbi doesn't know what's happening. And you know, when you're in teacher mode, you get really annoyed when something is not going your way and you don't think about the bigger picture. So the rabbi goes in the back and he goes, "What's going on? I'm teaching in the front. You keep mumbling." He's like, "I'm just saying the Hebrew alphabet." And he says, "What do you mean you're saying the Hebrew alphabet?" He's like, "Rabbi, I don't know how to read. So I'm just saying the Aleph Bet and hoping up that it'll go up to God and God's going to put the words together for me," which is a beautiful, beautiful understanding of it. But the idea about having discipline to run every day or doing it a few times a day is sometimes you're not in the mood always. And the idea is when you create space within time, which is also what Heschel talks about in the Sabbath, you have to carve out space within time and make sure that you adhere to that rhythm so that you can have those moments of intention. But if you just wait for the mood, I mean, I can't tell you the last time I painted something because I haven't carved out time to do it anymore. So it's gam bagam, both. Can we mind giving someone else a chance? Can someone else do the B'nai, thank you so much. B'nai Israel, the third from the bottom.
Bnei Israel were willing to accept the Torah out of love of God. God held the mountain over them to ensure that even when under duress, they would still keep the Torah.
Sometimes you're willing to accept it because you love someone. But sometimes you just, when you say you have to do it anyways, and you give them anxiety, I guess, in this moment, it just they'll remember that even when they have some kind of duress in their life, that they should still adhere to cling to the Torah. You're not amused, it looks like.
I'm still having the difficulties with Akol Yadua v'Reshut Natuna. So that's still the conflict, and the paradox still haunts me because you can choose whatever you want. In other words, if Akol Yadua, why bother?
Right.
For Reshut Natuna, that means you have a choice.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that you have a choice if everything is known. So that's the conflict that stuck me on the whole thing. And He said it's very nice. He said it's paradox, yeah. But when you try to interpret it either way, you get into a wall. So right now, kafalem hakigigit. Okay, fine. He did it. Terrific. But it doesn't mean that they chose that.
Right.
They were forced into it.
Yeah.
Where's the free will?
Where's the free will? Let's keep going. Maybe you'll be happy at the end. Who knows? Maybe not. You want to pass it on? Yeah. How are we doing? Oh, Rabbi. Mike.
I think this one's pretty, this is really powerful, actually, because it turns the whole text on its head, right? The assumption is that when you're under duress, you're going to do it because you're afraid and you have to. And this text is actually saying, no, we do it out of love, but the duress comes to train us that in hard times we should also hold fast to Torah. Like, in other words, this text is assuming that in challenging times, we won't go along with what we're being pushed toward, but instead we would flee from it. And so we're gaining the muscle memory that even under duress, we still go close to Torah and close to God, when the duress itself should make us flee. So in other words, trauma, exile, execution, genocide, all of those things that might make us leave our faith, we're actually being trained in the time of Har Kigigit, of the mountain, that those are precisely the moments where you don't run, but you stay. I find that to be the most interesting one on the page, actually. I think it's the most counterintuitive.
Shamata. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's right. 70 sides of Torah. Okay.
All right. God held the mountain over Israel.
No, next. Oh, no, you're right. Good.
Okay. God held the mountain over Israel as an act of love. Just as a loving father forces his child to obey him, so God compelled the Jews, his children, to accept the Torah.
How do you like that one? Sometime.
I'm asking the free will all the time.
Yes.
One thing they told me about Judaism, there's a free will.
Both.
It doesn't come out from here, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Kafah hakigigit, it's not a free will.
Right. Okay. Tough audience, but it's good. It's good. Last comment. Yeah, and then we'll go on.
Yeah, on the subject of prayer, we agree that Yom Kippur is the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. Well, I'm a student of history. In 1973, Israel was attacked on Yom Kippur.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all praying as Jews on Yom Kippur, and our homeland gets attacked. So there you go.
And even in times of duress.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Someone, would you like to read the last bullet for me on that page?
Okay. God wished to make it clear to Israel that they did have a choice.
Let's all. Okay.
Well, but it keeps going.
Yes.
A choice between ultimate life and eternal death. If you accept the Torah, there is reward in store for you. If you reject the Torah, you will not have a share in the world to come.
Chas v'shalom. No one's going to Gehenna in this room. All right.
It's the choice. You accept, how do
You accept? Or yeah. Sometimes we have to na'aseh, and then later we nishma, right? Sometimes you got to do it to understand why it's there. Do you think I liked math in school? I did not. But now I wouldn't be able to budget my Excel spreadsheets without it, right? So we need both. We need both. Yes, of course. We need a mic. Where's the nearest one? Oh, thank you, Michael.
Like with the term na'aseh v'nishma, so we will do, and then, na'aseh is...
You're right. We will do, yeah.
Yeah, we will do, and then we will obey. So like our actions come first. So for example, if you're not in the mood one day to give tzedakah to someone that you happen to come upon on the street, but then you decide, my action will come first, and then I'll be in the mood to do it. I'll obey it later. I'll obey the mitzvah, but first I'll just do the action.
Absolutely. There are so many things that we first do and then we understand, right? And we'll get a little bit to that also, because I think it's also about what we watch other people do, right? When we watch other people give tzedakah, or we watch other people care about Israel, or we watch other people light the Shabbat candles, that we understand what it means, Well, we'll get to that. Okay. Who next? Okay. You can pass it. Just, force them. Na'aseh, and then they'll nishma. Rabbi Artson? Oh. Second page, top bullet.
Second page, top. Forced to accept the
No,
Torah.
the image.
The page that says number 2.
Sorry, 3.
That says number.
He's right. You're right.
You didn't like math.
I didn't like. I didn't like math. No.
The image of holding the mountain over Israel teaches us an important lesson. If you are not in the mood to learn Torah, imagine standing at Sinai with God holding the mountain over you. Whether you like it or not, you've got to buckle down and learn. From the
I had to include that one. It was how I.
Toldos Yaakov Yosef.
Will you do one more for us?
This is from the Chidushei Harim. The generation that witnessed the miracles of the Exodus eagerly accepted the Torah. God held the mountain over the future generations of Israel so that they too would freely accept the Torah.
Beautiful. I'm going to read the last two because the clock in front of me is slow. The Jews said, Na'aseh, we will do, but only v'nishma. Those mitzvot that we can understand, God forced them to also accept the mitzvot whose rationale we cannot fathom. I'm going to bring it all together in the end. With the words Na'aseh v'nishma, each individual agreed to learn Torah by himself. God held the mountain over them to force them to teach Torah to others, right? There's also the midrash that Noah, who we all know was a righteous man who walked with God, that the Kedushat Halevi says that actually he wasn't such a great guy because he didn't actually complete his tikkun in life, his mission in life. That's why God brought him back as Moses, so that he could rebuke other people to also do good. So part of this is also telling us it's not enough for us to follow Torah, but we have to bring others to follow Torah. And that's why we all say Na'aseh v'nishma together. There's a song at the very bottom that I heard last week, not to boast or anything, but at the White House when they were talking about anti-Semitism. And Ben Platt, who was one of the performers, sang this song about children. And I just want to leave with this. I'll try and sing it, but that's not the point. Careful the things you say, children will listen. Careful the things you do, children will see and learn. Children may not obey, but children will listen. Children will look to you for which way to turn. And, there's more lyrics, but I know we have to close. And one of the things I'll say is that I lost my grandmother a week ago, and one of the things that I said for her eulogy was that in all the years I went to Stephen Wise in Milken and all the years that I went to rabbinical school, I didn't know the meaning of God if it wasn't for my grandmother. And I didn't know the meaning of what it means to do Jewish if it wasn't for my grandmother. And so there's something really important about v'na'aseh, to do, and then to understand. Sometimes we do things, and sometimes we tell our children to do things, and later they're going to understand what it is. But I really, really want to leave you all with this one thing, which is that in Kabbalah there's an understanding like the letter Samech, which is a circle, that life is like a ripple effect, a domino. That what you say to one person has a ripple effect on the world. You have no idea if you start paying attention to what degree I mean. You help someone cross the street and suddenly someone saw it in the car and they'll do the same thing. They saw you wink at someone, they saw you help someone. It's a ripple effect. And often we focus so much on the negative, but you and I wouldn't be safe walking down the street if there was more evil than good. There's more good than bad. And so I want to, in a not coercive way, hold the mountain over all of our heads and pick any of these bullet points that you want. Whether it's to become closer to Torah, sometimes you feel the love, sometimes you have to do it by force, or sometimes it's about bringing other people, Jews and non-Jews, into doing good by leading through your example. Na'aseh v'nishma. First do it, and then understand why it matters. And with that, I'm wishing you all a Chag Sameach, happy Shavuot.
Moses fan was lost 2 years ago, and apparently it cannot be turned off. So.
All right, Chag Sameach, everyone. How are we doing? How's our energy level? That's good. What was the last course? Ice cream? Okay, well, I expect your energy level to be fantastic for the first 15 minutes and then crash. But we're gonna do our best to keep you with us. My name is Rabbi Morris Panitz, and I'm just so delighted, and the Yiddish word is verklempt, like I'm emotional and joyous and a little weepy. That's what verklempt means. That's the combination. To be learning and teaching in partnership this evening with Jessica Cabot, Jen Bailey, and Alex Kuto, 3 friends of mine who I also had the privilege of working with this past 12 to 18 months on each of their journeys towards becoming a member of the Jewish people, towards conversion. Why this conversation on this particular there? Too fully quite yet, because that's where some of our texts are going to take us. But I want to say one other thing about sort of methodology here, or pedagogy, why we wanted to present this material in this way on this evening. These texts that we're going to learn tonight are about converts. They're written by primarily Jews who were born into Judaism about converts. Right? And so there's a certain perspective here being offered by the text. And as we were thinking about this evening, it felt like it made most sense to learn texts about converts with converts. How do you feel about these texts? What does it feel like to be the object of these rabbis' ideas? Do you resonate with them? Does it match or map onto your experience, or is it dissonant from that? And I would say this is probably a wise approach to all sorts of learning, right? Not just this kind of learning, but that's the direction that our sort of lens is aimed this evening. And so Jessica, Jen, and Alex and I have all had the opportunity to learn these texts together leading up to tonight. And so we've had some conversations about what we think these texts say. And we're going to sort of continue that conversation, continue that learning, do a second run through these texts together. First, centering and amplifying the voices of the 3 people up in front of you this evening. But as is the nature of text study, we also want to hear from you. So as you read these texts and hear what Alex, Jessica, and Jen have to say and want to offer your own insights, you're welcome to, and that'll be sort of more for the 3 of you to react to as well. Okay, you with me? All right, so our first text here comes from the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, from the tractate known as Shabbat. Rav Acha said to Rav Ashi, everyone see where I am? All right. What about converts? Rav Ashi said to him, even though they themselves were not literally at Mount Sinai, their mazal, which is a tricky word to translate, for the moment, let's hold on to the notion of souls or something about the cosmic alignment of the heavens at the moment of revelation at Sinai had an impact on the people who were to become converts in later generations. But that was too many words to put in parentheses. So let's go with souls for a moment. Their souls were present. As it is written, it is not with you alone that I make this covenant and this oath, but with he that stands here with us today before the Lord our God, and with he that is not here with us today. And this includes converts. So just to break down what's happening in the text for a moment before I get your reactions, we have this central event, one-time event, right, that breaks into the course of Jewish history, known as the giving of Torah at Mount Sinai. It's a crucial event in the creation of Jewish peoplehood. It's a central event, and it's an event that is not repeated in future generations. And so the rabbis have to ask the question, and this is a technical legal question. If a covenant or if an agreement is forged at a particular moment, in a particular time, with a particular set of people, then how can we say that any subsequent generations would be liable to the terms of the covenant if they weren't there? Right? If you didn't sign your name on the dotted line, then how is it possible to say that you are obligated to the terms of that covenant, of that commandment? So in comes the Deuteronomy text, which proves that the covenant that was forged at Mount Sinai is not just with the people who were there, but those that are not here with us today, those who are not there today. And then the rabbis had an option. They could have said, that applies to all Jews who are born as Jews in subsequent generations, and surely they mean that as well. But then they make what you might think to be a surprising move, or maybe you don't think of it as a surprising move, and they say it's not just future Jews who are born into Judaism, whose souls were present at the time of the giving of Torah at Mount Sinai, because after all, I was born in, I won't say the year, because then you'll make fun of me, but I was born in such and such a date that happened after Mount Sinai, okay? So I wasn't physically there, right? But then the rabbis say it's not just people who are born Jewish who were there, the souls of converts were there. So Alex, Jen, and Jessica, I'd love to hear how you relate to the notion of the rabbis in the 4th, 5th, or 6th century of the Common Era saying that your soul was present at the moment of the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. Do you resonate with it? Do you bristle at it? How do you understand this text? Jen, I'm going to ask you to start.
Thanks.
I have the benefit of I've learned this with all of you, so I know where to start.
Okay. I kind of hear it in the first phrase that comes to mind tonight is like, tell me about it. That's right. I was. I feel that. I think if I hadn't felt that deeply, it would have been very difficult for me to go through this process, because it's that deep sense of belonging that I sort of had an echo of and that I was walking toward during this process. So it resonates really deeply with sort of a intuitive feeling that I had, and a feeling that I made a conscious effort to nurture and grow and share with others.
Okay, I'll go next. Is this on? Good evening, everyone. I'm not quite sure if I was there. Maybe. But I do have some inklings, some feelings that perhaps, growing up, I felt a little Jewish, maybe, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. Maybe it's hindsight now that I've become Jewish. But I've always had Jewish friends, for example, growing up, always kind of affiliated with other Jews and felt at home with them, close to the community, if you will. And then, so not sure all my favorite artists happen to be Jewish or writers, stuff like that. And always, is that coincidence? Perhaps, I don't know.
Hello. Okay, yeah, I connect with everything Jen and Alex said, and I think the idea that my Mazal was present at Mount Sinai with my friends is very meaningful to me because the friends I've made in this community are my soul family, and I really I just feel a really deep connection with my friends in the Jewish community that feels kind of on a different dimension, and I feel like the Mount Sinai story really kind of affirms that, and just it resonates, and it just helps me make sense of my own spiritual journey. So I just feel like I must have been there. So yeah.
Right. So I just want to highlight that in different ways, each of you are pointing to some internal sense that might have been difficult to name or to claim at various points of your life, that as you stepped further into a Jewish identity, it almost grew in vibrancy within, right? As if there's a memory that's a little bit hard to grasp, but with enough prompts or related images, the memory came into sharper clarity. Jen, please.
I want to disagree in my
Go
own
ahead.
experience. And I'm so glad I can share this detail because it's so embarrassing and awesome. And that is that I wrote angsty poetry about this when I was a teenager. I had words. It was sharing them that was the hard part. It was putting that out there for other people to see and judge and relate to or not relate to. That was actually the unfolding process for me.
So I want to return to that in a moment, but I want us to work through the second text, because the second text and the first text, I think, are in conversation with each other, but they come from different angles, and part of the tension of feeling something but not knowing how to claim it, which I think is part of what you're saying, Jen, I think will take on even another dimension as we read the second text. So the second text, Midrash Tanchuma, this comes from relatively the same time period as the first text that we read. And I want you to notice how, once again, Sinai, the events of Sinai, are central to what's being articulated, but is categorically different in terms of the conclusion than what we read in the first text. Okay, Rabbi Shimon, the son of Lakish, declared, "A convert is more precious in the sight of the Holy One than those who stood at the foot of Sinai." Why is this so? If those who stood at the foot of Mount Sinai had not experienced the thunder, the flames, the lightning, the quaking of the mountain, and the sound of the shofarot, they would not have accepted the yoke of the kingdom of heaven upon themselves. Whereas the convert, who witnessed none of these things, makes themselves acceptable to the Holy One and receives upon themselves the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. Is there anyone more precious than this? Right? You see how this is coming from a different angle, right? What's shared is a desire in both texts to celebrate the convert, right? To celebrate the journey, to celebrate the destination, right? To celebrate the status and identity of the convert. But the first text says, see, you've been here all along, right? And the second text says, no, actually, you weren't there at Sinai, which means you you in your soul didn't witness the profound pyrotechnics of Sinai, right? The profound revelatory experience that how could you believe anything other than the truth of the moment because you were there witnessing it? But nonetheless, even without that, without the convincing, argument and proof delivered with the divine hand, you still found your way to this truth, to this path, to this identity. Isn't that remarkable? Maybe even more remarkable than those who were at the foot of Sinai. And so, same question, right? In what ways do you find this second text either resonant or dissonant with your own understanding of self as a convert and your own journey into affirming or claiming this Jewish identity?
Well, my Mazal was at Mount Sinai, so I think it's giving me too much credit for something I didn't do.
I love that because this is giving me too much credit is exactly what I was going to say.
I mean, my first reaction was, I'm not so sure if I'm any more precious than anybody else, but I do appreciate the notion. I do find it interesting, however, that, I think most of the people in this room were born Jewish, and I had to become Jewish. It was a lot of work, so you guys are merely born to it, and I had to pay, so a lot of work.
Not the rabbi, I want to be clear. You don't have to pay the rabbi.
But no, it is, and I think it's all the more special, though. No, and it was a pleasure to study and to learn under yourself, Rabbi. So it was all great.
I guess I would also say, and I'm going to caution this and say it's an internal thing. I fought for this. I worked so hard against my own anxiety, and I think if COVID hadn't happened and I couldn't have done this online, it would have never happened because I wouldn't have had the courage to just cross that threshold. But I fought for this. So the part of this that I do resonate with, that's not giving me too much credit, I guess, is that I chose to go through that obstacle, and in that sense, I did make a choice without. A choice that I could have turned away from, and I didn't. Yeah.
I think if we were to put labels on each of these texts in a way that tries to celebrate different elements of the experience that you and other converts might have gone through, we might say that the first text is trying to articulate a notion of always having had a Jewish soul, and then the work is claiming it and affirming it. Right? Whereas the second text, if we're giving the second text the benefit of the doubt, right? We might even understand the second text as being what the language of Jew by choice is meant to convene. Right, that you had to choose this, that it wasn't what you grew up with necessarily. You had a different set of customs, a different rhythm to the calendar, a different, maybe even different religious practices that were deeply incorporated into your life, and that having the experience as an adult of thinking, is the spirituality that I grew up with, or is the absence of spirituality that I grew up with, is that actually who I want to be in this world? Is that reflective of the life that I want to create and build for myself? And that each of you in some way said, no, it's not. Right? I want to make a different choice than what was given to me or than what I inherited in my upbringing. And so the tension of, I'm proud of myself for choosing this, or I put in work to choose this. Right? I've had to learn a new language, a new vocabulary, a new rhythm of doing things. I've had to sit in services when I didn't know when people were going to stand or sit and figure that all out, and I still don't know, right? And you have to choose it. Versus, I really want to minimize the notion of choosing here, because that makes it seem like this hasn't been true of me all along. Can you speak a little bit to the tension of those two frames?
I'll let you go.
I feel like, I mean, isn't that true for identity in general, right? Like, we all have the choice of whether or not we're going to embrace, nurture, and grow our identity. And that's always an act of courage on some level, and that is always a choice to sort of the evidence that God puts forth of how we are intended to be. And we're making that choice all the time. So I feel like if you take both of these together, it really speaks in a more universal way to the fact that we didn't choose to have that question asked of us, but we choose whether or not we answer it.
Still marinating on that one.
Yeah. Allison, can I ask you to stand up and just try to speak as loud as you can?
Okay. Hi. One of the things that kind of comes up for me when I read, especially this second source, is it makes me think of like Baal Tshuvas. You know, there are a lot of categories of Jews or types of Jews who like make choices and go out of their way to learn things. You know, like I grew up in a Reform secular family, and so there was also a lot of choosing and a lot of learning and a lot of discomfort. I don't think that's a unique experience. I think there's a lot of variety. So like part of what, there's a blessing that I've heard rabbis like use at the mikveh. I used to work as a mikveh guide. And there's a blessing that I've heard rabbis give that kind of seems to come from this source from Midrash Tanchuma, like saying like, oh, a convert is even more great than other Jews. And I always felt like, why put this person in such a separate category? I just kind of bump on that.
So, okay. Same. So this came up in Jessica and I when we were learning this text, that this came up. So I wanna complicate this a little bit. All right, let's say we're going to remove the more precious piece. All right, let's say that we're going to reject that notion here. Right, this isn't about more or less precious. Right, we're all equally precious in the eyes of God. There is still a binary created here, right, of Jews by birth and Jews who become Jews through conversion. And I think one of the questions that I'm hoping you all will speak to is, right, and I should say, right, there's a very famous text that people sometimes cite, which is that you shouldn't remind a convert once they've become Jewish that they used to be anything other than Jewish. It's in the same text. It says you shouldn't remind a sinner or an idolater that they used to be a sinner or an idolater, because that would be impolite or untruthful or even shameful to the person, right? But I'm wondering to what degree it's worth celebrating the journey of choosing Judaism, or if once you've chosen Judaism, or once you've heeded the call, right, then you sort of want the division to be dissipated.
I guess I don't mind the history so much, you know? It's a part of who I am and the process of what I've become. I metamorphosed, so I don't mind that I used to be the worm became the butterfly, you know? It's all. Yeah, it's part of the story. And to me, it's, I guess, a character arc, perhaps, something that has occurred, and something I cherish, absolutely.
I mean, first of all, I remember, so it's okay if you remind me, because I already know. I'm not going to forget. And in fact, when I read that line, who witnessed none of these things, that feeling of being on the outside and yearning to be on the inside is so poignant to me. How could I ever forget that? And why would I ever want to? And I also think that when you don't talk about something, you make it seem shameful. And one of the reasons why I love that you invited us to do this and that we're doing this here is like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. And when we don't talk about something, we make it seem like it is. And yeah, I like my character arc, darn it. I'm fine sharing it, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm happy to talk about my path. I just feel like I had a different path. But I feel like I really don't like the Jew by choice phrase because the word choice feels a little loaded to me, and it feels like it ascribes meaning to my experience that doesn't really ring true to how I arrived here. And so I don't love it. And it also feels a little bit othering. So I feel like I'm in a space where like I'm completely happy to be like honest and open about how I like came to Judaism or like came to live a Jewish life, but I just don't want to be called a Jew by choice because it just makes me feel weird, to be honest.
Teresa. There's a mic behind you.
Hello. Yes, it is on. Okay. First of all, I'm a 5-year-old Jew. And I barely know my letters, but it's okay because I'm only 5. But
no.
I definitely resonate with the second text more. I think when I was a 1-year-old Jew, a 2-year-old Jew, I needed the first text more because I, like you all described too, I had a lot of those flags along the way. Like when I grew up Catholic and when I had my confirmation Bible, I decided one day I was going to read it cover to cover, and I did, and I was writing all this stuff in the margins, and then I found it years later, and I'm like, this is the most Jewish thing ever. I'm doing like my own commentary. So it was like one of those things where like things popped up. But I also, like you said, like it's part of my story, and I think of it like being adopted into a family. That kid knows they're adopted. You're not fooling them by being like, they were always your parents, you know? Like, I know I came to this by choice. Were there things in my personality and my ways of thinking that led me here? Of course there were. That's why I'm here. But I also don't need my past to be erased in order to fully embrace and be empowered in the fact that I decided to be here. And I was glad to come to this event precisely because I knew there were going to be other converts. I'm like, I want to know who we are. Like, I want to seek us out and be like, let's chat. Because it's a joyful thing. And like, we all know, and that's cool. Like, we all decided to be here. And like, what was your name? Allison. Like Allison said, there are so many different kinds of Jews that, with different levels of observance, even born Jews. So like, there's always things to talk about as far as like, how far are you on your journey? How far are you on your journey? Like that never stops whether you're a convert or not. So it doesn't make me feel more shameful. And the second text kind of captures the power in choosing to do this.
We're gonna take Brent, and then we're gonna flip the page and go to the other text.
Sorry. Thank you. This is such a powerful conversation, and I'm a 3-month-old Jew, so I'm not even standing up yet. I'm still in diapers. I'm a mess. So this is such a, I think this is so, it was rewarding to hear the second paragraph, but I understand where you're coming from. You know, it feels can be hierarchical, but for me, it feels rewarding because I sometimes think I secretly feel sort of imposter syndrome occasionally sitting in these rooms. And like, even I'm thinking, I wouldn't say we next to Jews yet. And I will at some point get there because of just the deep traumatic history that I think people whose living relatives or past relatives had experienced, that I was born in like white Christian privilege, that I was born from a lineage of people who perpetrated a lot of stuff, but also as the father of 3 black children who were my chosen family and not my, birth family. In that way, we also share that complexity. And I have this complex relationship where, of course, I'm their father. And of course, I don't share the same path that they're going on. And I think I can navigate both. I feel like in these rooms, I can navigate both, knowing that, it was just a while ago, I was in a Southern Baptist home, being dunked in very different waters when I was 11, and now just 3 months from my mikvah, and it's complicated. And I just want to acknowledge the complication that I don't always feel comfortable saying we and my people, in that way, although I do feel welcome here. It isn't about never feeling welcome. It's just something I'm holding space for that complexity. I don't think I have the luxury of saying our in some circles. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Brent. We're gonna explore that idea further in the next text, but I just want to pause to see if Alex, Jessica, or Jen want to respond to anything they heard before moving on.
I agree. It's complex, definitely. It's layered. So, yeah, we're in the same boat there, I think. Still getting used to things.
I think actually this is an opportunity to do just a tiny bit of assumption busting. Because I'm glad that you said your story. You're not making an assumption. But sometimes there's the assumption that people who convert don't have any Jewish ancestry. And not only do I, my great-grandmother's entire family died in the Holocaust. So people make this assumption that I don't have that deep root, and I very much do. And honestly, I get a little defensive about it because I've spent my whole life being like, no, but this is part of my story as well, and it's part of my family, and I'm reclaiming this for my family. And people are like, oh, well, it's so nice that you brought a totally new thing into your life. It's totally not new. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I also have some Jewish ancestry, and I think what I was thinking about, it's like I had a seed of my Jewish identity, and it was something I uncovered, and then it was just something that wouldn't leave me alone for 10 years or so. And I showed up to a synagogue in 2017, and then I was freaked out, what am I doing? Who am I? I shouldn't be here, imposter syndrome, and didn't do anything about it then, but then it didn't go away, the calling to answer to Judaism. So then, after the pandemic, I was kind of well, if not now, when? And so I just feel like it, to go back to that metamorphosis idea, it feels kind of like a flower blooming, but then it feels like I'm sometimes around other flowers who are oh, so are you a flower by choice, and because they've been flowers for so long, so they don't remember what it was to be a seed, and that's sort of how I feel about it.
I mean, we could stop there. We could stop there. But I want to share this last text and get your voices in response to this last text. So if you'll flip the page. This is a slightly different genre of text than the first two that we've seen. This is called a responsum, which is a legal text. This is Maimonides, Rambam, writing in the 12th century, responding to a letter that he has received about a legal question, a technical halachic question, which has to do with liturgy. Right? And the question, as you'll see being asked, is whether this man, Ovadia, who has converted to Judaism, should recite the same liturgy, the same words of prayer that the flowers who have been flowers for a long time know to say and have been saying. So listen to Rambam's answer. I received the question of Ovadia, the wise and learned convert. May God reward him for his work. You asked me if you too are allowed to say in the blessings and prayers you offer alone or in the congregation, our God and God of our ancestors, Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu, and who has sanctified us with God's commandments and commanded us, asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu, and who has separated us and who has chosen us and who has who gave inheritance to our ancestors and who took us out of Egypt and who performed miracles for our ancestors and all other similar formulations. In other words, can I say our if quite literally my ancestors aren't the ancestors, my biological ancestors aren't the ancestors that the Siddur is talking about? And Rambam says, yes. You should say them all exactly as they are. Do not change a thing. Just as any Jew by birth would pray and bless, so it is appropriate for you to bless and pray, whether in private or whether you are leading in the community. The reason for this is that Avraham, our father, taught the people, opened their minds, and revealed to them the true faith and the unity of God. He rejected idols and their worship. He brought many under the wings of the divine presence and taught, instructed, and commanded his descendants to follow God's way. Therefore, I'm going to read one more paragraph. Therefore, anyone in any generation who converts and unifies God's name is a student of Avraham, our father, and a member of his household. Avraham himself is responsible for setting them on the right path, just as he did for the people of his own generation. Avraham, our father, is thus the father to all his descendants who properly follow his example, and also a father to all of his students and to any future convert. So we have, first of all, an emphatic technical answer to the question. Yes, say those words, say those blessings, say those phrases just like anyone else would. But then he takes it one step further, right? And Rambam here links the experience, the identity, the journey of converts to Abraham and to the circle of faith and of peoplehood that Abraham drew around him. And so, what does it mean to each of you to be a personal descendant of Avraham? What does it mean to have sat at his table and learned the truths of our people, of our way, of our God from his mouth?
To me, I guess it feels more like becoming part of a community and joining a history. We've discussed this, joining a history, a heritage, and that's how I personally relate to that aspect, that we are all interrelated in this way.
I remember on Simchat Torah, Rabbi Brous was talking about how there was a period of time where the Jewish population was like pretty small. I mean, maybe, yeah, and like that everyone today is a descendant of those people. And I don't have probably as much Jewish ancestry as most of the individuals in this room, but it kind of like helped me feel the impact of the Jewish ancestry that I do have, and just it kind of like felt like it affirmed my like deeper connection to that part of my family lineage, and like it feels like that's like those specific ancestors of mine, like their story is part of my story, and that's I think why this is so meaningful to me. And so yeah, I guess that's my answer to that.
My mind just flashed onto the concept of found family that's so important in queer culture and has been so important to me for a lot of my life. The idea that there are a lot of different ways of being a parent and a lot of different ways of being parented. And sometimes those ways that aren't biological ties are more important and more profound than the ones that are. And I'm a little emotional because I also lost my father like 20 years ago, and I've had to deal with my own found family, whatever, feeling emotional. But it makes me think of the ways that as a community we all parent each other, and we find different people in our community who may occupy that role for us sometimes. Sometimes that role is reversed, and maybe we're in more of a parenting or a teaching place, and just the way that a people is a family writ large, and how just touching and what a blessing it is to be able to be part of that.
I just want to add, Rambam could have chosen a different figure He could have chosen a different patriarch or matriarch. He could have chosen Moses. He was a big fan of Moses. But he chose Abraham. And I think that there's a couple reasons why he might have chosen Abraham, but maybe one of the reasons is because, as you said, Jessica, right? Abraham is the first character in our story who heard the call. Who heard the call and then went on a journey to a place unknown, right? And then became the father of a great nation. Right? And saying that each of us here, right, sat at that table with Abraham and heard the call as well, and then followed in those footsteps, I think is in some ways a way of celebrating the best parts of the first text and the second text, right? The call was there since the beginning, and you still had to lech lecha, you still had to go on the journey, right? And there are a lot of unknowns in that journey. And the call came first. Right? God speaks to Abraham before Abraham speaks to God. Keep that in mind as we read the last paragraph. Therefore you should say, our God and God of our ancestors, for Abraham is your father. And you should also say, who gave inheritance to our ancestors, for the land was given to Abraham. And the miracles that happened are as if they happened to us and to you as well. There is no difference between us and you with respect to anything. And you should certainly say, who has chosen us and who has given us the Torah, because God has indeed chosen you and given you the Torah. You are chosen. You are chosen. Is that, Jessica, I think I want to ask you.
Sure. I don't know if I'm chosen. Oh, if I'm chosen? Is that what you're asking me?
What I want to ask you is, there's a piece of this journey which you initiated, and there's a piece of this journey which came from elsewhere.
I feel like for me, most of it felt like it came from elsewhere, because there were just, since I can pinpoint these certain moments in my journey that kind of me feeling kind of like intrigued or like interested or feeling there's something there, or feeling like a resonance with Judaism. And I mentioned that I went to the synagogue in 2017 and I was like, no, so I think, but it didn't go away. So it just, for me, it just feels like something I had to do, and I didn't know why I had to do it. And when I took the Intro to Judaism class, I didn't have a plan to go through the whole conversion process either. I wasn't like, I'm going to choose to do this. I was just kind of like, I'll see where this goes, And it led to me being here on this panel tonight.
Yeah, a perpetual calling, right? Not just a one-time calling.
I'm looking at Given You the Torah, and I also have a trying to read the Bible from cover to cover story, only I didn't succeed. I only got through the first 5 books. Didn't even come close. But I was I was 11 and I would read it, and I remember I had this habit of eating Kool-Aid while I ate when I was 11. And so you can see little pieces of pink Kool-Aid in it while I'm eating. And I remember just sort of huddling up with it in my room and just loving this Torah that I had, although I didn't have that word for it, and what a gift it was, and how much it sustained me through my life before I knew why, or before I had a practice of how to be in relationship to it. I had that gift, and that is definitely kind of a small moment that stands in for what this feels like.
Morris, I always have trouble with these types of things. I guess you know me. It's a was I chosen? My answer to most questions is perhaps, maybe. Sometimes I feel it, sometimes I don't. I'm conflicted most days. So, but I feel strongly. I guess it depends on my mood, how I woke up that morning. But I'm still maybe kind of in between a lot of things like that. Was I chosen? I'm not quite sure.
I want to thank the three of you, Alex, Jen, Jessica.
You're welcome.
For engaging in this experiment of learning together and then learning again together, this time with an audience, and for really modeling what it looks like to see yourself in the text and to bring yourself to the text and then to ask the text to be even better, a better reflection of who you are. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. How you doing? Okay. Thank you for making it so that it's not just my kids here at this hour, because I was going to make them sit through the whole shiur anyway. So it's just less awkward now that there are other people here too. And by the way, Eva just got off a plane from Israel at 6 a.m. today. She is still here. So, all right. So if folks can come close if you'd like. What a night. What a night. We just came from the most extraordinary session for those who were in this room. And I feel like we were given such a gift tonight. Rabbi Panitz engaged in Torah study with 3 recent converts to Judaism, and what a blessing. So thank you for those of you who've been with us for the last several hours. Okay, here's what I want to do. We're going to hand out a text, and thank you. Look how ambitious I was, how many people I thought would still be here maybe at the last hour. You know, I always get the final slot, so it depends year to year. Okay, so I want us to think about, in this conversation about Revelation and the receiving of Torah, who we're actually talking about. Who is receiving Torah? What is our circle of care and concern? And how far does it extend? And so we're going to start by looking at a Mishnah that comes from Masechet Ta'anit. Mishnah was codified in the year right around the year 220 CE, ancient compendium of Jewish law. And we're going to look at this text, and I want to see what we can learn from what the Mishnah offers us. And by the way, if any of our folks who are from home, do we still have any people from home with us? Oh, yes, we do. Okay, hello, people from home. We learned this text, but in a different way on the East Side a couple weeks ago. So East Siders, I hope you'll stick around so that you can see it this way too. We're asking a slightly different question tonight. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the first paragraph, and then I'm going to ask us to look at the second paragraph in Chavruta. The first paragraph reads the following, and for people who are at home, we're at Mishnah Ta'anit, chapter 3, Mishnah, the 5th and 6th Mishnayot. For the following calamities, they cry out in every place. By the way, the translation comes from Sefaria, an incredible online resource for learning. The words in bold are the actual translation. The words that are not in bold come from Adin Steinsaltz, Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz. This is a filling in of this is an interpretation, okay? So that's true you'll see that throughout in both the Mishnah and the Gemara. Okay. I believe it's Steinsaltz also in the Mishnah. I know it's Steinsaltz in the Gemara. But in any case, the bold is the translation, the non-bold is the interpretation. For the following calamities, they cry out in every place, for blight, for mildew, for locusts, for caterpillars, a type of locust that comes in large swarms and descends upon a certain place, for dangerous beasts that have entered a town, and for the sword. For example, legions of an invading army. The reason that they cry out about these misfortunes in every place is because these are calamities that spread, okay? Mipnei shehi makkah mehalechet. Mipnei shehi makkah mehalechet. It's their whole chim, these makot. They will move, they will spread, they will walk. Okay. So what do we first notice about why we're crying out in this place? What do we cry out for, and why are we crying out? So it's really late, so people are going to have to we're going to have to wake ourselves up here. It's not like you just got married 3 days ago. I don't know what you're so tired about. Okay, so for the folks at home, she did just get married 3 days ago. Okay, not 3. 4 days, okay. You should be well rested. Okay, so what's the nature of the things that make us cry out, and why are we crying out for those things? Well, why? Because but say what does it mean that it spreads? Can you just say it in in a different language than the text uses here? It takes over. So there are some nefarious or insidious or toxic elements that could enter an ecosystem, and they will spread and take over a larger ecosystem. If we don't what? Contain them somehow? Is the thinking here that if we cry out, we'll be able to contain the spread of this toxic element? Is that what folks are getting from this? Why are we crying out when they're caterpillars, people? Okay, so it could be to warn people. Was that Joe? Who's that? Yes. We could be crying out to warn people that there are very scary caterpillars on the 1500 block of Point View, and you don't want to go near there, okay? We could be crying out in order to warn people. Why else might we be crying out about the caterpillars? Wait, what did you say? Because who's out of control? The people who are crying? Okay, says my husband of 26 years today. or I should say yesterday, as of 25 minutes ago. You're crying out because you're out of control, right? Because something has happened. There are caterpillars everywhere. You don't know what to do about it, and so you actually just cry out, right? It's like it's an emotional output. Rabbi Silver. Because they're hungry? What? So we're in pain, right? And I think this is connected to what David is suggesting. We're crying out because we are in anguish, right? It is an emotional response to an anguish that's happening in the population that directly impacts us, maybe our food supply, maybe our emotional state. There's something very scary and dangerous happening, and this is our emotional response. Did you have a comment, Sasha? Something is out of control, and when you're out of control, the best thing to do is cry really loudly, right? It's not just descriptive, it's prescriptive. You should just go cry about it for a little while. What? Okay, so is this just a fear-based response? Thank you, Suze. Yes, Matt. And then what will they do when they hear you? Okay, Matt, let's take Matt's idea for a moment. If we cry out, other people will hear us, and what's our hope that will happen when other people hear us crying out because of the scary caterpillars? What? They can come and help us. Yeah? Any other ideas? Yes? Rabbi Len, and then Brianna? Okay, so maybe they will come and sit with us because we have been invaded by an army of caterpillars, and it's very scary. And they're going to come sit with us so that we're not alone as we engage in this invading army. And we're dealing with the mockery of the world because people are like, "Why are you crying? It's caterpillars." And then we're like, "At least we have our friends with us who understand," right? Okay, Brianna. Okay, we could be warning the rest of the world that we are seeing something and we want other people to know about it because it soon might also happen to them, right? Maybe that's what it means when it says, Makkah mehalechet, this is going to move. Right now, it's on my blog. Hey, friends. Hello, welcome. Chag Sameach. So we're looking at the Mishnah from Ta'anit, and we'll have some source sheets sent over to you. Okay. Okay, Suze is starting to challenge the premise of not the premise of the Mishnah, but some of the details offered. Maybe we're not talking about caterpillars. What would we be talking about, like, say, in America, 2023? What's the equivalent of a very scary caterpillar from the Mishnaic times? What? Coronavirus? Okay, could be coronavirus, like it's in Westchester. Do you remember that? You remember when it was in Westchester? Right? Like it made it to the United States and we're crying out. Why? To war. We're scared. We're scared. We don't want to be alone. Like imagine we're in Westchester now, okay? The coronavirus has made it to us and we're crying out because we're scared, because we don't want to be alone, and also because we want to warn the rest of the country, this thing is real, it's made it to my town, it could make it to yours. That's good. What else in America 2023 could it be? Wait, hold on. Okay, who's answering this? Suze? Okay, it could be the Proud Boys, right? Like there is an ideological extremism that has entered our social and political culture that threatens to do great harm. Take it seriously, folks. I have seen it up front. I was there when it happened. You need to know what I saw, right? But by the way, I'm not making any analogies to Proud Boys, okay? I'm reading and listening to this incredible book by Jonathan Friedland, who's a journalist from The Guardian. It's called The Escape Artist. Did anyone read this book? This book is incredible. This guy, he does extraordinary research and writes in this really compelling journalistic way about a young guy who was 19 when he landed in Auschwitz-Birkenau, and he escapes Auschwitz. And somehow he gets incredible archives. The guy goes on to live a long life. He tells his own story, but then Jonathan Friedland really does all of the research, and he tells the story. But do you know what the breaking point was for him, or the turning point was for this guy, Walter, when he was in Auschwitz? And he witnessed all kinds of horrors, experienced incredible loss. The breaking point was when he realized that even until the moment that the doors of the gas chambers slammed shut, people still believed that they were taking a shower. People still, even when all evidence was to the contrary, even when they saw that nobody ever came out of the shower, even when they saw truckloads of bodies, they believed that they were taking a shower because they wanted to believe that this lie that was being told. And what drove him to escape was that he needed to tell the truth, because he needed to warn the world. He believed that if only people knew the truth, if he cried out, that the whole world would hear and people would do something about it. They would stand in solidarity. They would bomb the train tracks. They would do something to protect, to stop the madness from happening. Okay, I highly recommend this book. Yes, Teresa. The Escape Artist, it's called, by Jonathan Friedland.
I was going to say, all of these things, including for the sword, are things that eat away at things. They eat away at society. Caterpillars eat away at our leaves, all of this stuff, but they're also preventable. So they're things, it's not like people don't cry out about hurricanes necessarily, because those just happen, but these things, you can control mildew, you can control how often you kill people. These are things that if you cry out about them, something can be.
Okay, so Teresa's argument is these are all controllable forces, and if we cried out, we could do something about them. Okay, I'm not sure I agree about hurricanes, but we'll come back to that in a minute, because I think our folks in the back are going to say something about hurricanes.
Hello. Okay, nothing about hurricanes, sorry to disappoint. Yes, hi, I'm Stephanie. Nice to meet you all. So, what about those people who also feel that it is their responsibility to cry out about their version of a truth that maybe perhaps is not, in fact, the truth?
Like the idea that Amanda Gorman's The Hill We
You know
Climb
what? That's a
might confuse
very
children.
wild example that is completely 100% what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you raise a good question, and I'm gonna put it in the parking lot for a moment. But when people feel this feverish need to cry out against a dangerous force in the culture, what if the force that they're crying out against is you, right? What if it's us? Then what? So I think that's a very good point to raise. Payam?
To do, we cry. I mean, Neruda had a poem, "The Children Cry," and he couldn't come up with a metaphor, so he just wrote "The Children Cry, Children Cry Like Children."
Okay, Payam's saying something similar to what David and Rabbi Silver said, which is sometimes we just need to express ourselves when we're feeling immense fear, or we're just at a total loss and the tears actually flow. Thank you for that. Esra, last comment for now.
Going back to the text. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Hi, Esra. Going back to the text, maybe this theme of the nature of the calamity is one that doesn't discriminate, that everyone suffers equally from mildew. It doesn't matter if you have, maybe, I don't know, maybe if you have more money, you don't have mildew. But if it's insidious enough and you're not paying attention, everyone's going to have to deal with this. And so it really brings everyone to their knees, because at some point there's something so viscerally vile that every human is going to cry out in a very vulnerable way from this.
That's
so it doesn't matter the color of your skin or your politics or whatever.
Nobody
you
will be
also
free
suffer.
of this threat.
Yeah.
That's great. By the way, I think very often about this. Some very smart person said early on in COVID that everyone kept saying, we're all in the same boat. It's the great equalizer. And some very smart person, I don't know who, said, we are not all in the same boat, friends. We're all in the same storm, but we are in very different boats in this storm. And I think about that all the time. But I think the same applies here. These threats will impact different people differently, right? People with resources will not be devastated by the caterpillars. They might be harmed, but they won't be devastated. But your point remains that this will touch everybody in some profound way, right? COVID touched everybody, whether we were resourced or not resourced, it touched everybody. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to do something. We're gonna do this for literally 3 or 4 minutes. Read the second paragraph of this Mishnah with somebody who's right next to you, and let's make this Beit Midrash sing like a Beit Midrash. Do you know what I mean by that? It means we're gonna read it out loud. You can read it either in Hebrew or in English, your choice. You can skip the non-bolded words, or you can read them if you want to hear someone's interpretation. But I want to make sure that everybody in here has somebody to read with, and so let's go. Let's see what it adds to our understanding. I'm giving you 1 more minute, so please make your way through the paragraph. Okay, I'm pulling us back just because, well, I have nowhere to go. Okay, I'm pulling us back. Who can offer in one, who can tell us what's going on here? Somebody brave. Yes, Irv, you got it?
What it's saying is that you should not wait till kids are being eaten. You should give the warning beforehand.
Don't wait until a child's been eaten to do the right thing, right? So this might be reflecting on the first Mishnah by saying, don't wait, but issue the warning so that you can save the children. Okay, that's good. Yes, you had a comment.
I was just going to say that it's kind of like that reminiscent of early COVID, the flatten the curve. It's like take the preventative measures before it gets worse.
Okay, and that's very empowering, by the way. There is something that you can do if you catch it early enough that you can stop it in its tracks. It does make me want to go back to the question that Sue's had me ask earlier, which is, in America, in the year 2023, aside from COVID, what else? Like, okay, so let's just do a little popcorn here. Like, what? Like the anti-trans legislations, right? What? MAGA. Anyone think about like gun violence in our, what? Climate devastation, right? Like when you see a hint of these dangerous, toxic elements emerging in a society, you do something. You can't do nothing, you do something. Now, in this case, an incident occurred, and that incident was that in the town of Ashkelon, has anyone been to Ashkelon? Okay, in the town of Ashkelon, a little bit of blight was found. Not a lot of blight, a little teeny little bit of blight, enough to fill the mouth of one oven, okay? A little bit of like, let's say the blight is like some kind of toxic mold or something, and what happens? The Zikanim, the elders from Jerusalem, come down, as Rabbi Tzadok and I just noticed from the language. They're in Jerusalem holding court. They all go home to their hometowns, and they declare a fast. Right? There's a tiny little bit of blight in Ashkelon. That's a big deal when they declare a fast throughout the entire Eretz Yisrael, throughout the entire land. Why? According to the commentary here, the blight spreads quickly, okay? I'm gonna ask you to put a fine point on that for us in just a moment. Furthermore, they decreed a fast because wolves had eaten 2 children in the Transjordan. Oh, no. Actually, Rav Yossi says, don't worry. They didn't actually eat the children. We saw wolves there. And when you see wolves, you think, those wolves could eat 2 children. So we need to do whatever we can do. Okay. Are they fasting throughout all the land of Eretz Yisrael in order for self-protection? Is that why they're fasting? Because some of the things we've said is self-protection, like you're in Westchester and you're sounding the warning. Everybody, COVID's real, wash your hands, right? Because it could come to you. Is it self-protection or is it something else? Rabbi Mirov.
I was at a crew breakfast this morning and the Giants of Justice were applauded. I think it's to protect workers. You know, they were talking about clergy who sat in the street to get attention to a cause that wasn't their own, but their hearts led them to take a stance to help people that were in peril.
That's interesting. So it might be that it's not to protect ourselves, but it's to protect the protectors. Remember when everybody was banging the pots and pans at 7 p.m. to thank the first responders and the nurses and doctors? Like, if people don't take care of themselves, the people who are going to have to take care of them are going to die. So it's not just about me protecting myself, it's about me protecting all the good doctors and nurses of Westchester. Okay. Matt?
What I'm thinking is Jonah.
The other Westchester, the New York one. Yeah.
What I'm thinking is Jonah, where Jonah comes in and says, God doesn't like you, you better put on the...
Yeah.
And apparently they thought God would say, oh, you're fasting, I'll get rid of the blight. I assume that's what... Is that actually like...
Do they actually believe that if they fast, that God will end the blight, or God will end the wolves, or God will end the caterpillars? Do they actually believe that? That's a question. Britt?
I was saying that I say all the time, if I don't know what to do, go to bed. Doesn't matter where I go to bed or who I go to bed with, just go to bed. What that means, and I think it's very similar to a blight or seeing wolves, is the idea is you just stop, go full stop.
Stop.
And allow whatever needs to reset. Okay. And then maybe it's God, maybe it's a good idea will come to you. Maybe you'll just know, like, drink more water, right, or whatever. But just stop. Don't try to fix it.
Okay.
Right?
Speaking of Britt going to bed with whoever or whatever happens to be present in the moment, we're going to go on to the Gemara really quickly. So But let me just put a fine point on this for one moment. The rabbis seem very clearly to be saying in Mishnah Ta'anit 3:6 that when there was even so much as a little bit of blight in Ashkelon, they stopped everything and everyone fasted. It is not easy to fast, right? They stopped everything all across the land. When there was so much as 2 children eaten by a wolf, they stopped everything. Oh, no, they weren't even eaten. We just saw a wolf that might harm a child the day after, a year after Uvalde. I just want to ask us to think about what it means to imagine a society in which even a hint of a possibility of 2 children being in danger makes us stop everything and figure out how to sound the alarm nationally, not only in the place where the pain exists in that moment, but across the nation. Now, if you look at the Gemara, and we're now in, for those who are following us from afar, I'm looking in the Gemara from Ta'anit 11a. And if you're following in Sefaria, it's about 3 to 11, okay, in the Sefaria notation. So now Rav Yehuda says that Rav says that anybody who has food, you have food for yourself, but nevertheless you make yourself go hungry in years of famine, will be saved from an unusual death. So I want you to just imagine this scenario for a moment, then we'll get to Brit. I want you to think about this. People are hungry, they're hurting, they're dying from hunger. There is a famine across the land, but you're fine. Whether you're fine because you inherited wealth, or because you're just smarter than everybody else around you, or because you just got lucky, you're fine. You have enough food to eat, but everyone around you is suffering in this famine. What the Gemara seems to be indicating is that the human way to respond to this scenario is what? To go hungry, right? I wouldn't have translated as starves himself because the words are, to go hungry. You don't eat a feast when everyone around you is starving. Why not, folks? Why do you not eat a feast when everyone around you is starving? Because it's just rude. It's just rude, right? They are not going to be any better off if you're also starving, but it's disgusting. You don't make a feast when everybody's suffering like that. That's not human. Some part of you is getting lost here. Okay, but then look at what Reish Lakish says. Reish Lakish says you can't have sex during years of famine. You cannot have conjugal relations in the years of famine. Now, the commentator here, Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz, says, so that children won't be born during those difficult years. I wonder if we agree with that commentary. Is there any other reason? Okay, so you understand the reason that Steinsaltz says is there's so much suffering all around. If you have a child into this suffering, that child will inevitably suffer. I have had many conversations with people in our community who've come to say, I don't want to have children because of climate devastation and gun violence. And I just don't think it's ethical to bring children into the world. So it seems like Steinsaltz is reading that as have you heard that? Have you felt that? So I think Steinsaltz is arguing that that's the reason why Reish Lakish is saying you should not have sex during years of famine. Reish Lakish, by the way, had a very healthy libido, one could say. We know from other stories he had a healthy libido. So what other reason though might we not want to have sex during a time of famine? What? Any other ideas? Before Suze, I'm going to come to Suze in a sec. Any other ideas? Because have we not heard from somebody? Why should you not have sex according to Reish Lakish in a time of famine? Suze. Oh.
Because you never know the immune systems of people. When you're
Oh.
in a famine, when people are starving, they tend to have a low immune system.
Okay. Okay, that's possible. There might be some scientific explanation. I'm looking for more of an emotional one. That's good. That maybe okay, wait, what? You can't have a sandwich afterwards, she said. Okay. What? Any other reasons? Yes.
Like having the big feast, like it's joyful
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, it's really distracting. It's going to distract you from the pain. And if the point of not feasting is that you don't want to really be distracted from your neighbor's emotional state, then all the more so you shouldn't be having sex, because the sex is going to distract you, and suddenly you're not thinking about your poor neighbor and how you need to do everything in your power to help your neighbor get food because you're thinking about other things. Okay. Now, there is a citation here. Reish Lakish derives this from actually directly from Torah, from Genesis chapter 41, verse 50. The verse says, "And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the year of famine came." Now, our rabbis were very careful readers of the text, and they said, why do we need to know that Joseph's 2 sons were born before the famine? That's an unnecessary detail for the Torah to offer us, right? Why does the Torah have to say it? And the answer they say is because basically he would never have had children during a time of famine, because it would have been disrespectful. It wouldn't have been okay. So there's so many people suffering all around him in Egypt and beyond. So you just don't have sex. And our forefather Joseph is one of the people who taught us this. Okay. There's a problem, though, and now you can put down your sheet for a second. There's a problem. I'll tell you 2 problems, actually. One, actually, I learned from my friend Daniel Sokach, who you remember. He's one of the founders of IKAR. He became really good friends with one of the survivors of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And one day, this old guy in Warsaw tells my friend, he says, "You know what we used to do in the sewers at night? During the uprising, in between battles, you know what we used to do?" And Daniel said, "I don't know, what did you used to do?" And he said, "We were 18, 19, 20 years old down there. We were all gonna die. What do you think we were doing?" Okay? So you will never think of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising the same again. I'm just sharing with you because I don't want to be alone there. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is a woman named Yocheved, who is the mother of a man named Moshe. Yocheved was born on the way from Canaan, from the land of Israel, into Egypt. Now, do you remember why the Israelites, why the brothers came into Egypt? They were starving. It was a famine, right? Yocheved, it had been a famine already for some years. Yocheved was born on the way in, which means that Levi, her father, as in one of Joseph's brothers, Levi, what did he do during a famine? Okay, so how do we reconcile this? Because we're supposed to learn this big lesson that we're not supposed to behave this way during these kind of times, but then one of our own forefathers, and by the way, not just anyone, the one I named my son after, and also, you know, the one who holds many of the priestly duties, that person did something that reflects disrespect, disconnection, lack of solidarity with others. How do we reconcile this? Any idea? Think of the Warsaw Ghetto fighters. Think of Levi. And say more, David.
Even in terrible times, the human will to survive and to thrive still persists.
So one of the interpretations that I heard many years ago from Rav Yosef Kanevsky, a great teacher of Torah, just down here at B'nai David in LA, what he brought is this. He cited a rabbi who cited this, that when we are in the midst of the darkness ourselves, the deprivation is unnecessary because we're already deprived. They all knew they were going to die, right? They all thought that they were going to die. Levi did not need to be reminded of the famine. He was living the famine. So if that's true, and the prohibition on feasting and sex and all the other good things in life exists in a time of famine, but not directly applies to the people who are experiencing the worst of it, then what is the point of crying out or fasting in dark times? Are you going to address this or something else? Okay, you got it, Paim.
It's who's causing the famine, right? I mean, the Jews didn't cause the famine in the Warsaw Ghetto. The people in Warsaw didn't want them to have children. It's the same story with Moses. So that is an act of rebellion. But this is talking about if the Jews themselves are somehow the cause of the famine, then it isn't an act of rebellion, it's an act of gluttony. So
Okay, I think what you and David are saying is connected, that literally engaging in life and falling in love and whatever they were doing down there in those years, those days, they had every right to do it. In fact, the act itself is an act of rebellion against the world as it is. Okay, I'm asking a question though, because when we looked at the beginning, when we were looking at these Mishnayot, we were trying to understand why are we fasting and why are we crying out? And many of the answers that we came up with were about self-protection, right? Because that makkah is mehalechet, it's gonna move and it's gonna spread, and if it's in Westchester, it's going to hit San Francisco. And you know when it hits San Francisco, it's going to hit Los Angeles. So we're crying out as a form of self-protection. But when you look at the story of Levi and Yocheved, and the idea that when you're living in the darkness yourself, you don't need the same kind of layers of protection between, the behaviors and the people next to you, because you yourself are experiencing it every day. It seems that it's pointing not to self-protection, but it's pointing to something else. Yeah, who said that? Yeah, thank you. It's solidarity. Right? That the reason that we do all of this goes back to what I think Joe Patesky said in the beginning, which is, did you say this, or did Rabbi Silver say this? Or did Rabbi Len say this? The reason that we do this is because our fellow humans are suffering. And we have a tendency when we're okay to not think about our fellow humans who are suffering, because their suffering turns us upside down. We don't want to be not okay, even in our minds, when we're fine, when we have food in our cupboard. And yet, the rabbis seem to be saying that is part of what it means to be a human. Part of what it means to be human is you don't have a feast when your neighbor is starving to death. It's called empathy. It's called solidarity. Now, look, the hour is late, and we've been studying for hours together. I want us to think just for a moment as we close about the connection between this idea and standing at the base of Sinai and accepting Torah, or standing in a Jewish community in LA in 2023 and accepting Torah. What does it mean to us about who is receiving Torah and who our Torah actually instructs us with regards to? Who and what are we called to be right now? So there are interpretations that come from the book of Exodus, that when the people stood at the base of Sinai, they were like one people. They were united as one. They were one people with one heart. We don't need to even give them out. Oh, that they were like one people with one heart. But there's something interesting that happens with tribalism when you have a tribe, like our people did in the desert, and like we do now. The biologists tell us, and the neuropsychologists tell us, that once you find yourself in a tribe, and there's something so powerful about being in a tribe, the deeper your connection to the others in your tribe, necessarily the greater your antipathy toward people outside your tribe. We all know this because we felt it, but think about this. Science proves what we know in our hearts. The more strongly connected we are to our own tribes, not only do we feel less strongly toward others, but we hate those guys. They're not in our tribe, they're in the other tribe. They're in the other synagogue, right? Or they're in the other religion, or they're in the other camp, the other political camp, right? And what the tradition is saying to us is, be careful in this moment of the most profound sense of unity as a community that our people ever existed, which is when we stood at the base of Sinai and we were like one person with one heart. Because that is a powerful, intoxicating, wonderful, amazing thing. We should seek out our tribes. We need our tribes. We need to belong to our tribes. But be careful, because the deeper we go into our tribes, the worse our relationships will be with everybody else. The less likely we will be to give a damn if our neighbor is in a famine, as long as we have food in our own cupboards. If the shooting is in Texas, as long as we have good gun laws in California. Do you understand what I'm saying? On this holy night, I want to ask us to consider that as much as we are celebrating the power of this beautiful Jewish tribe and this incredible gift of Torah that's given to this tribe, that we're also being warned to be careful, to remember to extend our hearts, not only to each other, but actually to everybody outside of our tribe as well. That's really hard to do. When you're in Jerusalem on Shavuot, and I suspect some of you may have spent Shavuot in Jerusalem, yes? Any of you? The most amazing thing happens. You're studying in all these little shuls and homes all around Yerushalayim. And then, like, the sun is starting to rise, and people just pour out into the streets. And all these people from all different kinds of Jewish backgrounds come together. And for a moment, before they start, like, throwing stuff at the Egal minion at the Kotel, for a moment, you're like, oh my God, it's like we're standing again at Sinai. Like all of us in all of our differences, it's so beautiful, it's so holy. That is something we should strive for. We should fight for that feeling. And let us never forget that the stronger we have that feeling toward each other, the more we have to invest, even by denying or depriving ourselves of some of that natural instinctive yearning to fulfill our own needs. The more we have to invest in reaching out beyond our tribe and working to really create the beloved community, not only inside, but also for everybody. With that, I'm going to invite us all to please rise. We're going to close with a nigun. This was an incredible night of learning. I have so much gratitude to our amazing team, to Michael and Nick, who are still here late night, to Morgan and Elise, to our rabbis and our teachers. Let's close with a nigun. Even before you run out to the street, we'll do a short one, and then we'll take the spirit. I want to invite you to take one thing that you heard or that you learned or that inspired you, and let's just bring it with us into this holy moment so that it can hopefully have a reverberative effect for us in the days ahead.
Ya na na ya na 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 ya na na ya na 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 ya na 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 ay ya na 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 ya na 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 ay ya na 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 ya na na ya na 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 ya na 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 ya na na ya na 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 ya na 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 ya na 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 ya na 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 oh
I'm closing with one last word, which I forgot to say. Where were the wolves and the children? Do you remember? In the Transjordan, on the other side. It wasn't even in our land. It was on the other side, right? Like the text is really saying, take this seriously. That's our problem too. That's our business too. And when we together embrace the suffering, we together will embrace the redemption. All right. Chag Sameach, folks. Shabbat morning at IKAR, 9:30 a.m. If folks don't mind, please grab your trash and your papers and help us. And let's fold up some chairs and put them against the wall. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.